help the jury understand where the numbers fall in the scheme of things and what they mean, okay?
Okay.
Come on around. Oh, yes. Yeah, because you're much more soft-spoken than I. So,
Thank you.
does that work? Okay. So first you talked about two hypotheses, and one is whether the person of interest could be a contributor to the foreign DNA from the expected person, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's more than one DNA that's foreign to the person that you expect to be on there, how does that translate?
So my reporting would be a DNA profile foreign to whomever, either Mrs. Reid or Mr. Reid, was obtained from the sample. And then it would say this foreign DNA profile is at least X amount of individuals, including at least one male contributor. So I would state how many foreign contributors there are, and if one of those foreign contributors was a male.
So if you had, say, two foreign contributors, what would your hypothesis one be?
So my overall total contributors would be 3, and if it's Mr. Reid's clothing, I would assume hypothesis 1 would be Mr. Reid, and if I'm comparing someone, so let's say I'm comparing Mrs. Reid, my hypothesis would be Mr. Reid, Mrs. Reid, and one unknown individual.
So what I'd like you to do is maybe take half the page that would involve hypothesis 1 and then we'll talk about hypothesis 2. So in the case of two foreign and testing to compare if Logan Clegg could be a contributor, what would the hypothesis be?
So if I was comparing Mr. Clegg, my hypothesis, if it were Mr. Reid's clothing, or Mr. Reid's item, be Mr. Reid, Mr. Clegg, and one unknown individual. And then hypothesis 2 would be, is it Mr. Reid and 2 unknown individuals?
Okay, so could you write either over or under hypothesis 1, Logan Clegg, and for an example, we'll use where there were 2 foreign DNAs.
So 3
How
total.
would it be? Logan Clegg and 1 unknown?
So it would be Mr. Reid, Mr. Clegg, and 1 foreign.
Okay. And then in when it is the other hypothesis, and you always do both hypotheses, whether he could be a contributor or not.
Yes,
right?
that is the likelihood ratio.
And so on the other side, could you put H2 and say how that would read for the other hypothesis, hypothesis 2?
Yes.
And that would be?
So hypothesis 2 would be Mr. Reid and 2 foreign individuals.
And if you're comparing to Logan, oh, right. So 2 foreign, not Logan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you've just done that in a V. Is that representative of where the numbers would fall?
Yes, that's the support. So to represent, so at the bottom would be equal support, meaning it doesn't support either side. So that would be a range from about 1 to 1.9, which would be uninformative, meaning there's no relative way to it to be H1 or H2.
Okay. And how high up did the numbers go?
So on the H1 side, for the possibility that the person is a contributor, it goes up as far as the numbers will go based on the breakdown. So it could be infinity. For the H2 side, based on our operating procedures, we have an upper bound, meaning that once the LR is 1 in or 10,000 times more likely that it favors H2, we automatically say this is the support for an exclusion.
Okay, so H1 goes to infinity. Is there a point where it becomes, it's clearly an inclusion?
Not based on my laboratory's SOPs. We don't have an upper bound for the inclusion statements.
Okay, and a result of, something like, let's talk about when, were there samples where there were foreign DNA and you tested to see Stephen's items that you tested to see if Wendy, Djeswende was included or excluded?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember what one of those was?
One of the boots from Mr. Reid. I don't remember which boot.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you something real quick to see if that refreshes your recollection.
Page, council.
Page 2,
Of what?
report 2.
Does that refresh your recollection about which shoe?
I didn't look.
Sorry.
Yes, it was the left hiking boot that belonged to Mr. Reid.
Okay, we're going to get into more information about the results, but as an example, what was the result of whether or not doing the analysis, Wendy Reid was included?
So for that particular sample, I believe it was a mixture of 4 contributors, and so it was Mr. Reid was an assumed contributor and an additional 3 foreign contributors to that sample. So the proposition, including Mrs. Reid, would be, is it Mr. Reid, Mrs. Reid, and 2 unknown individuals, or is it Mr. Reid and 3 unknown individuals? And that specific item, may I read the exact wording? That specific item, the DNA profile obtained from that item was approximately 1.6 thousand times more probable if that sample originated from Mr. Reid, Mrs. Reid, and 2 unknown persons than if it originated from Mr. Reid and 3 unknown persons. So that gave moderate support for the analysis that Mrs. Reid was a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from that sample.
Okay, where does, on the scale of things, moderate support from can't tell a thing to, I think you were on H1 that she was included, what is the threshold for moderate support?
So along with our likelihood ratios, we also give a verbal equivalent, so a verbal qualifier, which are these ranges of support. So starting at the bottom, uninformative was 1 to 1.9. Then the next level up would be 2 to 99, which was limited support. And the next step up from that is moderate support. So that ranges from approximately 100 to 9,999. And then up from that is our strong support, which ranges from 10,000 to approximately 999,999. And then above that, which is 1 million or greater, is very strong support. And that is it's not an upper limit, but anything that surpasses 1 million is very strong support.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you some more questions that I think you can sit for. So we're just trying to get the jury to a point that when you actually give generally the results that they can place it in the scheme of things. Okay, so H2, which would be, as you set up the example, Stephen Reid plus 2 foreign.
Yes, ma'am.
And that means that when you looked at the profiles that came out of whatever you're sampling there, if it's Stephen Reid's clothing, he's assumed to be a contributor.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you found evidence of 2 foreign on that piece of clothing.
Yes, ma'am.
And then this hypothesis, H1, Stephen Reid, Logan Clegg, and 1 foreign is meant to indicate the
Objection,
testing that-
leading.
Is it,
Sustained is to form.
Thank you, Judge.
what is hypothesis 1 with Stephen Reid, Logan Clegg, and 1 foreign? What is it checking with regard to Logan Clegg?
So the profiles have already previously been broken down by the software that I described yesterday, the StarMix software, into individual probabilities for the profiles, so the most likely combinations. It now is taking Mr. Clegg's own profile, so his known profile, and comparing his profile directly to these combinations that have been broken down and determining the likelihood that he is a contributor to this sample.
Okay, so H1 is to determine if Logan Clegg could be a contributor to the foreign DNA?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then H2, is that essentially that Logan Clegg is not a contributor?
That's support for H2 that would support whatever range that's up there based on a specific sample, that he would not be a contributor.
Okay, and as not a contributor, is there a level that leads to exclusion?
Again, on the H2 side, once we surpass that 10,000, that is our upper bound. So anything that would be greater, 10,000 or greater, I would automatically say based on the probability of the individual that they would be excluded from the sample.
Okay, so, not to bring you up here right now, but if you put inclusion on this side, exclusion on this side, I know it's sort of generic, but is that an appropriate way to look at this?
Not so much inclusion, exclusion, but it supports the proposition, H1 or H2.
Okay. So let's talk, before we, again, still do the exact numbers. You talk about numbers between 1.9 and 2 is limited support.
Yes.
And then 99 to 100 is, no, I got it backwards.
So limited support would be 2 to 99.
2 to 99. Okay, so this spot here
Yes, ma'am.
is limited support, and underneath, what does it tell you? Underneath 2.
Underneath is that 1 to 1.9 range, which is the uninformative range.
Can't tell one way or another?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so if something falls within 2 to 100, that's limited support.
Yes, ma'am.
If it's on one side limited support, on the other side, would that indicate that there isn't support for that proposition?
If there is support showing on either side, that's support for that side and not the other side.
Okay. So if some numbers, your results end up at that lower level, I want to talk about whether or not they're valid. Okay? What is it, verification or validation studies?
Validation studies.
Okay, have validation studies to determine the full range of results for this, what is it called, StarMix?
Yes, ma'am.
Have they been done?
Yes. So validation has been performed by not only the developers of the software, because they have to, once the developers develop it, they have to prove that it's reliable. So they are required to perform their own validation. However, based on our quality assurance standards or the rules that accredited laboratories have to follow, we also have to perform our own validation procedures. And that's a requirement. So anything that we report out has to be supported by data that we have run in the laboratory. So as it pertains to these lower level numbers, my laboratory would make up mock samples. So meaning that they would take known DNA people, so myself and 3 of my coworkers, and take samples of our DNA, and then they would make artificial samples. So they know specifically how much of my DNA they're putting in a sample and how much of everyone else's DNA they're putting in a sample. And so by doing that, they're able to manipulate the ranges and the amounts per each contributor to show whether or not these results are reliable down to a specific standard.
So are you saying that by adding certain amounts of DNA, they can reduce the number that the results should be?
Yes, so they're mimicking what we would see in casework. So say in casework we see a very small amount of DNA from an individual down to maybe 2%. Then only 2% of my DNA would be added to a sample, and then maybe 10% from someone else, then 40%, and then 48% from that other individual to come up with 100% DNA. So they know what the results they've put in and what results will come out.
Okay. So in those studies, have there ever been low numbers in a result on one side, and let's make it the no support for H1. So it's supporting that the person of interest is not a contributor. Have there ever been low numbers that turned out to be wrong, that the contributor was actually the person of interest?
There has been in that uninformative range, which is why it's the uninformative range, meaning that it's just once it gets that low, it's equal support.
Okay. How about between the 2 and the 100, the limited support?
Based on validation studies, yes, there has been support, more so on the H1 side, and that goes to the quality of the sample. So once you have those lesser amount of people, contributors in that sample, the lesser percentage, the more variability is in that sample. So even though it may favor, say, Mr. Clegg on one side or the other, it's also going to not exclude a very large amount of the random population as well because of the variability, and there's so many options for that contributor due to the amount of DNA in the sample.
A little tough to follow, so we're going to break it down. You said, and you mentioned Logan Clegg, who would be the person of interest. The validation study wouldn't include Logan Clegg. It would be a person of interest, right?
It could include Mr. Clegg on the H1 side, not the H2 side.
Okay. In the validation study, I think, please correct me, but are you saying that if it showed that that the person of interest, Mr. Clegg, was included in that low level, it can be wrong and he could be excluded instead?
Based on the variability of the sample, it is possible.
And are you saying that if it showed that he was on the excluded side, it didn't mistakenly make him included?
No, normally it has favored inclusions over exclusions.
So that the low numbers on an exclusion of a person of interest have been determined to be valid without error?
It's not so much error, it goes down to the quality of the sample.
Okay.
Doing that, there's so low level of the sample, there's so much variability.
And so what you're saying that if somebody is on that, we'll call it the exclusion side for now, they have not found somebody who is on the exclusion side who actually was included during the studies?
I can't answer that 100% confidently, that that's the case without going back to the research.
Okay. Generally, has that been the case so that it is considered a valid number?
Yes, those are valid numbers based on our governing body, which is the Scientific Working Group of DNA Analysis Methods, who has proposed this table that us as laboratories across the country use so that we have a more uniform reporting.
Okay, and then does that validation get stronger as the numbers go up?
Yes.
Okay. So, I think we talked about a sample that had 3 foreign DNAs, and that Mrs. Reid was in the moderate range of inclusion?
On one of the samples.
The one that we were talking about, the root, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that had 3 foreign DNA?
Yes, ma'am.
And breaking that down, assuming that Stephen Reid is the assumed contributor and that Mrs. Reid is a contributor, there's 2 unknowns as yet unidentified.
As it pertains to that boot, yes.
Okay. And in other samples, did you find less than 3 foreign DNAs on Mr. Reid's items that had results?
Yes, there were 2 other items.
And how many foreign DNAs were on them?
It was Mr. Reid plus 2 foreign.
Okay. So in those Mr. Reid's plus 2 foreign, could Mrs. Reid have been one of the foreigns?
Based on a visual interpretation, at first she could not be ruled out based on the amount of sample, so the amount of dropout. So once I performed the statistic on it, it gave strong support, greater than strong support for H2, so that the probabilistic genotyping results for her supported her exclusion as a contributor to that sample.
Okay. And so there were some with 2 foreign DNAs where she was excluded.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then there was one with 3 foreign DNAs where she was included. That
Yes.
we've talked about so far.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about specific results. And on the first test, and let's explain first, I think, why I have 2 reports on the first test.
So, may I look at my report?
Of course.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to put that on the record, that you brought your report and notes with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And that right now you're generally testifying from memory, but any time that you need to refer to it, please do.
Okay.
But you have to let us
Yeah,
know.
just let us know in advance. Absolutely fine.
So, report 1 was reported out in June 30th of 2022. And it was during the course of report 2, when I was writing it, that my technical reviewer realized that I had the agency item number wrong for one of the samples in report 1. So an amended report 1 was issued correcting that number, and that was released September 7th of 2022. However, the results stayed the same. Nothing was altered from the report other than that item number.
Okay, so the report is the result is exactly the same. And what was tested and what result did you get?
So as it pertains to report 1, pill bottle was submitted to the laboratory, as well as a cigarette butt. And then, do you want me to give the serology results as well, or just the DNA?
I think we talked about the serology. Is that where you made the chart?
No, that's blood or no blood.
Oh. Let's go to the result, because let's explain to the jury why you're looking for blood or no blood first.
Okay. So when an item comes into the laboratory, the serologist will examine the item no matter what the request is, if there is blood present on any item. So the pill bottle was examined to see, and it wasn't the pill bottle, let me clarify, it was only the pill bottle cap that was submitted to the laboratory. So the pill bottle cap was submitted and blood was found on the pill bottle cap. The item was then sampled by our serologist, avoiding any staining. So she's trying to avoid any areas that may contain blood because she is looking for foreign DNA. And after she swabs the item, it is then tested again to see if she was successful in avoiding the blood, which in this case, blood was also indicated on that sample, which meant she did pick up some blood during the swabbing. The DNA profile that came back from this sample was an indication of one female contributor, and Mr. Reid was excluded as a contributor to this sample. However, Mrs. Reid could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to the sample.
And is that the visual test that you do, that she cannot be excluded looking at your charts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you then run it through the star mix?
I did. Normally I try not to run single source samples through StarMix, but because this was a little lower in level, StarMix handles those a little better and our SOPs require it. So my proposition for this particular sample was, is this profile from Mrs. Reid or is this profile from another individual? So based on this particular sample, it was approximately 120 quadrillion times more likely, more probable if this sample originated from Mrs. Reid than if it originated from an unknown individual. This analysis then provided very strong support, which is that table, that supports the proposition that Mrs. Reid was a contributor to the sample.
So I think you were pointing to this chart that we've sort of developed, and you're saying that it was along the support line that the person of interest, Mrs. Reid, was a contributor, was 120 gazillion?
Quadrillion.
Quadrillion, okay. So this essentially can go on to infinity.
Yes.
But these numbers that we have on the chart are relevant. Why?
They're lower level ranges. So it's like the higher you get up in the support, the stronger the support is. So it's just kind of give a verbal range of categories to what you're looking at for the sample, the weight of the evidence.
It's sort of at some point it gets a little much because we've made you don't call it a match, but the inclusion is there.
On the H1 side.
Okay. And to make it clear, the reason that you don't want to get blood on your sample is that you're assuming that the blood...
Objection, leading.
Let's finish the question first.
...was from the DNA on the blood is the source of the blood.
I'll allow that question.
That was that was the understanding during testing.
Okay. And so you want to avoid it because you're making assumptions that that is the source of the blood.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Or got it. So then on is your next report.
When report 2 went out the same day as the amended report 1.
Okay.
So it was September 7th of 2022.
And in your second report, I understand the difference with the amended, what types of items are you testing?
May I look at my report?
Absolutely.
So for this report, the right and left hiking boots of Mr. Reid were submitted. White socks, so 2 socks from Mr. Reid were submitted. Jeans with a belt from Mr. Reid. A gray jacket from Mr. Reid. Mrs. Reid's right and left hiking boot. Mrs. Reid's gray and green socks, so 2 socks. And a yellow and orange half-zip jacket with suspected blood from Mrs. Reid.
At this point, you don't have any contributors from a person of interest to compare to. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
Is not right, or you don't?
I do not have any foreign contributors.
Sorry. Okay. So why are you doing this sort of analysis at this stage if you don't have a person of interest to compare it to?
So the request is to look for foreign contributors at this time, which is, it's not uncommon for samples to be submitted without person of interest, knowns to compare to. And frankly, a lot of times there may not be one at the time evidence is submitted. So during the analysis on the Reid's clothing, we were looking for potential foreign individuals that could possibly be uploaded to the DNA database to search for any possible matches to a foreign contributor.
Okay, we'll start first eliminating some things. You talked about what the results could be, and one result you described as insufficient. Did you have any insufficient results in this group?
For this particular report, there were 2 samples that were insufficient for DNA analysis, meaning that they stopped at that quantitation step and there wasn't enough to go forward with analysis.
And were there any, the next next, I think, level of result was inconclusive.
There were a number of inconclusive samples on this report as well.
Okay. And then did you have, did those inconclusives say number of foreign contributors?
They would have if I could determine it, yes.
Okay, and did in some of those inconclusives have foreign contributors that you could determine?
If it's inconclusive, the comparisons stop. The only determination I make is if there's a possible male present as a foreign contributor.
Okay. And then you have some testing that rendered results that you could use.
I had 3 samples for this report that I was able to interpret.
Okay, so let's go to the first sample, and that gave a result for you. What was that sample?
So that sample would have been the left hiking boot that belonged,
We discussed.
yes, that belonged to Mr. Reid.
And what was the result of your analysis of this item without being able to compare it to a person of interest?
So the item was examined for the possible presence of blood. There was no blood that was found on this particular item. It was then analyzed to determine that a DNA profile foreign to Mr. Reid was present, and this foreign profile indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals.
Okay. And I'm going to have you in a different color now. Did I see a blue? Yeah, we'll do a blue. Could you come up and just sort of indicate left hiking boot and,
Where?
well, let's do the result of the support for Mrs. Reid being a contributor.
So during my visual interpretation, I was not able to rule Mrs. Reid out as a possible contributor, as one of those foreign contributors. So then I ran her through the statistical software, and my first hypothesis is Mr. Reid, Mrs. Reid, and 2 unknown individuals, or was it Mr. Reid and 3 unknown individuals? Based on the sample, it was 1.6 thousand times more probable that the sample originated from Mr. Reid, Mrs. Reid, and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals, or Mr. Reid and 3 unknown individuals.
And where did that conclusion fall on that chart? Ish. Everything is very approximate here.
So that gave approximately that it was moderate support for the probability that Mrs. Reid was a contributor to this sample. So around 1.6. Is it too small?
No, they'll have it. And maybe put Mrs. Reid. 1 of 3 foreign. Would that be appropriate? She would, the probability that she was 1 of the 3 foreign? Is that the right way to say it? Or Mrs. Reid a contributor? That would be right.
I'll put SRDR plus 2.
Okay. The wording is very precise here, is it not?
It is.
Okay. You can have a seat again. We'll leave that here. Now, the next one where you had, I guess I call it quantifiable results, was what?
The next interpretation I made was for the white sock of Mr. Reid. And for that sample, blood was indicated on the sock. A sample was collected from the exterior top ankle of the sock, trying to avoid staining. And no blood was found on that sample. So the sample was free of blood, and she avoided the areas that she needed to.
So that's a good thing, right?
That is a good thing.
Okay.
And there was a DNA profile foreign to Mr. Reid that was obtained from that sample. The foreign DNA profile indicated at least 2 individuals, and Mrs. Reid could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to this foreign DNA profile.
And this is before you've done that star mix, which is the algorithm looking at all the possible likelihoods and all that stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at that point, she can't be ruled out. What happens when you do the star mix?
So when I performed the statistic, it did favor H2, and for this particular sample, it exceeded the upper bound of 10,000 in support of H2. So when that happens, my overall conclusion changes to the probabilistic genotyping results from Mrs. Reid supports her exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this sample, and that was assuming that there were 3 overall contributors to the sample.
3 overall, Mr. Reid plus 2 unknowns.
Yes, ma'am.
So where before you had, as a result of the 3 foreign and Mr. Reid, the result was Mr. Reid, Mrs. Reid, and 2 foreign as potential contributors.
For that sample.
Okay. And here, what you would have when you look at it, the result is that it would be Mr. Reid and 2 foreign so far.
For this sample.
Right.
Yes.
Because she's out of the picture based on the very upper levels.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so what was the next? And by the way, do you test this later with a person of interest sample?
I do.
Okay, so we'll get there. What's the next one?
The next one I was able to interpret was a sample from the interior side of the belt from the genes of Mr. Reid.
So I happen to be wearing a belt today, and you're talking about the inside, that the outside would be what's exposed, and the inside would be where the sample was taken.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So for that particular item itself, the genes with the belt, there was no blood found on the belt overall. And that for this particular sample, it was determined that there was a DNA profile foreign to Mr. Reid obtained from this sample. And this foreign DNA profile indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals. And then, again, based on visual comparison, Mrs. Reid could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to these foreign DNA profiles.
And then you do the star mix?
I did do the star mix, and this sample again favored H2 and exceeded that upper bound of 10,000. So the overall conclusion as it pertains to Mrs. Reid was the probabilistic genotyping results for Mrs. Reid supports her exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample when a proposition of 3 overall contributors were considered.
Okay. We won't chart it yet because do you do additional testing to this item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what's the next item on the second report that gave quantifiable results?
There were only 3 for this report. The rest were either inconclusive or they weren't suitable to go forward in the DNA process.
Okay. So, when's your next report?
I'll look at report 3.
Of course, absolutely.
December 22 of 2022.
And what's different in this general analysis?
So in this report, I received, well, I didn't receive, but it was received that a known sample from Mr. Clegg had been submitted for comparison.
And what items do you, in this report, conduct an analysis, comparison analysis on?
So the samples that I just previously talked about, that I ran statistics for Mrs. Reid, I'm now running samples and comparing Mr. Clegg to those samples. So the first sample is the left foot hiking boot from Mr. Reid.
And that is the one where Mrs. Reid is included 1 of 3 foreign?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And so for this particular sample, it's the same number of contributors, so it would be 4 total number of contributors. And the statistics are run individually. So even though I may have included Mrs. Reid as a particular foreign contributor, I'm not assuming her as part of my contributors at this time. Everyone is run independently unless for some reason an alternate request is submitted to run them all together. So for this particular item, I did the verbal or the visual comparison, and I was not able to rule out Mr. Clegg as a possible contributor to the foreign DNA profiles that were obtained.
Okay, and then what is the next, it's the star mix, right?
Yes, so I performed the statistics, and for this particular sample, the DNA profile obtained from this sample is approximately 2.3 times more probable if the sample originated from Mr. Reid and 3 unknown persons than if it originated from Mr. Reid, Mr. Clegg, and 2 unknown persons. So this particular analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Mr. Clegg is not a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this sample.
Okay, so it's limited support on the not a contributor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, why don't we start on the chart again? Come on up. And so does that fall within a range that it actually gives information?
Yes, it does fall in the limited range.
Okay, and you put there what,
2.3?
Right. So you have 2.3, hiking boot, Logan Clegg, and what does that say below that?
Stephen Reid plus 3 foreign.
Okay, and one of those 3 foreign is Mrs. Reid.
Yes.
Okay, so it would be Mr. Reid, Mrs. Reid, and 2 foreign. Supporting the proposition of.
Yes, based on Mrs. Reid's comparison.
Okay. The next one, do you want to sit in between or do you want to just stay here?
I can peek over.
You can go there and figure it out. We'll walk through.
So the next one was the white sock from Mr. Reid. Again, this sample was previously reported as 3 total contributors, Mr. Reid and 2 foreign. Again, Mr. Clegg could not be ruled out as one of the foreign contributors to this sample. And running the statistic, the DNA profile obtained from the sample was approximately 8.2 times more probable if the sample originated from Mr. Reid and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from Mr. Reid, Mr. Clegg, and 1 unknown person. This analysis, again, provides limited support for the proposition that Mr. Clegg is not a contributor to the DNA profile from that sample.
And in this sample, you had previously run star mix on whether or not Mrs. Reid could be a contributor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she was ruled out
She was excluded.
by how much?
It exceeded the 10,000 upper bound
Okay.
on H2.
Thank you. So she had previously been ruled out because it was way up there.
Yes.
And even though in your visual of the chart, you can exclude her, she was excluded, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So not being able to exclude on that visual is really not very informative. It's the star mix it is, right?
Yes, because the visual doesn't take into account the possibility that there's dropout, that the types just aren't showing up.
Okay. So if you could mark on this chart. And I'm actually going to ask you to write that a little more clear.
I'm a lefty.
Anyway, if you want, I'll get this out of your way.
sorry, I'm left-handed. It's
That's
not
okay.
easy.
But this one is pretty hard to read if you maybe cross that or make it so somebody looking at it can remember. Okay, so one of the things about what you've charted is that, actually, you've done these wrong, haven't you? Aren't they above 2 to 99?
Oh, yes, I did do them wrong.
Sorry, I should have got it on the first time. Now you can write it better.
Sorry, that's a habit. My
Oh.
initials, because I crossed it out.
Okay, so what you're saying is nobody else did this but me.
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, as a matter of scale, between 2 to 99 and 100, you have 8.2 about halfway. This is not to scale. It's
Correct.
putting, you can look at the numbers and see how close it is to 100, right?
Correct.
Okay. So,
Not to scale.
So, good. So this is more than the 2.3,
Yes.
but still in the limited support range,
Yes.
but it still provides information.
Yes.
And in the verification studies, even in this low range, when they did the verification studies, somebody who was actually a contributor did not end up on the non-contributor side.
Not that I can recall without referring to the data.
But that would be the purpose of the verification, to
Yes.
make sure that these ranges are viable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have a seat. We just did both, okay. Now, what was the next one?
The sample from the belt.
Okay. And this is the belt where it's on the inside that would be along where the clothing is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the result of the belt?
So the sample from the inside of the belt from Mr. Reid, Mr. Clegg could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to the foreign DNA profile that was previously obtained. Previously, there was Mr. Reid plus 2 foreign obtained on this sample. So the conclusion is that the DNA profile obtained from the sample is 100 times more probable if the sample originated from Mr. Reid and 2 unknown persons than if it originated from Mr. Reid, Mr. Clegg, and 1 unknown person. This analysis provides moderate support for the proposition that Mr. Clegg is not a contributor to the DNA profile from that sample.
Okay, could we have you come up and write where that would fall and the result? And I think we said that we were going to do this, and I forgot to. H2 is person of interest, probability not a contributor, and H1 is person of interest, probability a contributor, right?
Yes.
Okay, if you would put that there so that it's very clear. Okay, so that is more support than the others,
Yes.
but it's not reached a level of exclusion. And what did you say generally was the factor in the low levels?
Oh, it needs to be at least 10,000 times more likely. So once it surpasses strong support, then that strong support, we will automatically say exclusion.
Okay, have a seat. And is the quantity of DNA that you're, foreign DNA that you're testing a factor in what the numbers become?
It is, and that's because the lower amount of DNA there is from an individual, the more likely that a likelihood ratio for that contributor will trend towards 1. And that just goes to the amount of variability in the sample because there's not a lot there.
So it'll get closer to, you can't tell a thing, but you can tell something.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was there another result from that December report?
Not that involved inclusions.
Okay. Was there an exclusion in that report?
No, there was a hair exam.
And that resulted in what?
Nothing at this time. It was just performed that there was a microscopic hair exam that could be tested later if wanted.
Okay. So after, what happened when you finished this report?
Meaning,
Do you send it to somebody?
the report is released to the submitting agency, so whoever submitted the samples.
And who is that again?
That was the Concord Police Department.
Okay. So sometime shortly after you get the results and do the report, you provide it back to whoever submitted the information.
The report goes through 3 review processes before it's able to be released to
Okay.
catch any particular errors that there may be. So it goes through 2 technical reviews, which are other qualified DNA analysts that review the work and make sure they agree with the conclusions, and then 1 final administrative review before it goes out the door.
I am going to move on to, so then what happened after you returned the report to that submitting agency, Concord PD?
Report 3,
After you submitted the December report to them? Did your role in this case end?
it did until there were more items submitted for report 4.
Okay. What came about with you regarding more items being submitted?
Nothing for this particular report. It would have been report 5 that I had communications on, but additional evidence was submitted as a part of report 4 in April of 23.
Okay. And were you present for the actual DNA extraction?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What items were submitted on the May, that you tested for the May report?
Can I check report 4?
Of course.
There are a number of items submitted as a part of report 4, and those include the pants of Mr. Clegg, hat, belt, and headphones from Mr. Clegg, fingernail clippings, both left and right hands from Mr. Reid, fingernail clippings, both left and right hand from Mrs. Reid, black boots, size 12, swab of a bullet fragment, an off-white substance from a bullet fragment, a pair of socks from Mrs. Reid, burned socks, swab from a mug, swab from a bottle, and items that were previously tested were resubmitted. So resubmission was jeans with the belt from Mr. Reid, a gray jacket from Mr. Reid, a green and blue sweatshirt from Mr. Reid, green pants from Mrs. Reid, a white jacket from Mrs. Reid, a black long sleeve turtleneck from Mrs. Reid, a black baseball hat from Mr. Reid, and then a visor with suspected blood from Mrs. Reid.
Okay. Did you get, let's start with, were any of these items tested and determined to be insufficient?
Yes.
And do you recall what they were?
There were hairs that were sampled from analysis from the socks of Mr. Reid or Mrs. Reid and from the burned socks. So well, 10 samples total from hairs, and no DNA was detected on those samples, so those samples were stopped at quant and not sent forward. For insufficient to perform DNA analysis, so insufficient for DNA analysis would be the interior of the wearer's left pocket of the jeans from Mr. Reid and the interior wearer's right pocket from the jeans of Mr. Reid.
Okay, let me stop you there. You said that the jeans and the belt were submitted. Were there only those two portions of the jeans that were tested?
No, there were 6 total samples taken from the jeans this round.
And what are the others?
The others were the sample areas. Is that what you would like?
Thank you.
So the areas that were sampled was the interior of the wearer's left front pocket, interior of wearer's right front pocket, the exterior of the wearer's left ankle, exterior of wearer's right ankle, interior of wearer's rear left pocket, and interior of wearer's rear right pocket.
Okay. And were in all of those samples any sufficient DNA?
4 of the samples were sufficient to take forward. However, no probative results were obtained.
Okay. Any foreign DNA located on any of those portions?
The wearer's left and right ankle samples were combined, and they were combined into one sample to move forward due to the amount. And though that sample, there was one DNA type that was foreign to Mr. Reid, that's not enough to do anything, so that was inconclusive.
Okay. So even though the jeans and the belt were submitted, was the inside of the belt retested in any form?
No, not at this time. Only the jeans were tested on this round because they weren't originally.
Okay. And were there any other articles of clothing that were submitted that were inconclusive and yet showed foreign DNA?
Yes.
What were they?
So the gray jacket of Mr. Reid, 3 samples were taken from that jacket. The wearer's interior left pocket and wearer's interior right pocket were combined into one sample after it was estimated how much DNA was in there. And that foreign DNA profile indicated at least one contributor. However, it was inconclusive because it was limited, meaning there was not enough to even perform an evaluation.
Okay. And on the foreign with the pockets, you wouldn't know one way or the other whether Mrs. Reid was included or excluded?
Correct, because once a sample is inconclusive, there's no comparisons to any persons of interest.
Okay. Are there, let's just go to the next one, the green and the blue sweatshirt. Was there any foreign DNA on that?
3 samples were also collected from that item. The interior of the wearer's left pocket and right pocket were again combined at quantitation based on the amounts. There was no DNA profile foreign to Mr. Reid obtained from that sample. And then the sample from the exterior waist of that item, there was at least one foreign contributor obtained from that item. However, due to the limited nature, it was inconclusive for comparison.
Okay. What was the next item?
So the green pants from Mrs. Reid, there were 5 samples that were taken from those pants, avoiding staining. The exterior of the wearer's left ankle as well as the exterior of the wearer's right ankle samples were combined after the quant. And that particular sample, I was able to determine that the foreign DNA profile was at least 2 individuals and that it included at least 1 male contributor. However, due to the complex level of that sample, it was inconclusive for comparison. So complex, again, is the quality of the profile is very low and that I cannot interpret it.
So on that item of clothing, there is DNA foreign to Mrs. Reid recovered of at least 2 contributors, but beyond that you don't know.
That there's at least 1 male, but then other than that, I don't know.
Okay, and that was her green pants.
Yes, ma'am.
And, go on.
There are 3 more samples. So the exterior of the hip regions from these pants were sampled. A DNA profile foreign to Mrs. Reid was obtained. This foreign DNA profile indicated at least 1 male contributor. However, due to the limited amount, it was inconclusive for comparison. The interior of the wearer's left pocket from these pants, a DNA profile was obtained that was foreign to Mrs. Reid, including at least 1 male contributor. Due to the complex nature of this sample, it was inconclusive for comparison. And then lastly for this item, the interior of the wearer's right pocket. It indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. However, due to the complex nature of this sample, it again was inconclusive for comparison.
Okay. Now, you have articles similar of clothing, similar to what you had tested in December. Some were DNA, including foreign DNA, was present, but it was insufficient for comparison. Does that mean that the DNA obtained was less than those items that rendered results?
Yes, that means I could not interpret them.
Okay. And what are some of the factors, because we're assuming that the articles of clothing were on Mr. and Mrs. Reid at the time of their death, why would some DNA, even the foreign DNA, come up measurable and other not?
It honestly depends on a number of factors that not one can be pinpointed. It depends on how much DNA was left behind on an item. Again, this is touch DNA, so this is cellular material. So it could go to the effect of how long someone may have been holding on to these particular areas of clothing, how hard they were holding on to these particular areas of clothing, were they sweating with their hands, meaning if they're sweating they may deposit more cellular material, have their hands been cleaned off. Environmental factors can degrade DNA that has also been on a sample. So if they're exposed to elements such as heat and humidity are big things that will cause DNA to break down. If it is wet, so snow and rain can also potentially wash away any DNA that may have been left behind. And it's also possible that there just wasn't DNA left behind.
So, especially talking about the environmental factors, does the fact that items may have been exposed to environmental factors affect the viability of the results that you are able to get?
It doesn't affect the results, it affects the amount that was recovered.
Meaning on the lower end rather than the upper? I'll withdraw.
The amount total of cellular material that may have been present.
Okay, but it does not affect the viability of the analysis conclusion result?
No, it does not affect the interpretation.
Okay, I believe the next several of the green pants were similar outcomes, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the next item that was tested?
The white jacket of Mrs. Reid.
Okay.
5 samples were collected from that jacket, avoiding staining again.
Were they generally the same sort of results?
They were. Blood was still indicated on the sample, which represents how much blood there was on the item. It couldn't be avoided. The results were either Three of them were inconclusive based on the limited amount, and the other 2 were no DNA profile foreign to Mrs. Reid.
Okay. And the next item?
A black long sleeve turtleneck from Mrs. Reid. Again, blood was indicated on that item. A sample was collected from the exterior of the wearer's left waist region, and DNA types foreign to Mrs. Reid were obtained. So 2 DNA types foreign, which that's very little, so that was limited because it's inconclusive.
Okay, next one.
A black baseball hat from Mr. Reid. Blood was also indicated on that item, and it was sampled on the exterior to avoid staining, and there was no blood on the sample that was obtained, and no DNA profile foreign to Mr. Reid was obtained from that sample.
Okay, the next item?
A visor with suspected blood from Mrs. Reid, and a sample was collected from the non-visibly stained areas from the exterior strap, and no blood was indicated on that sample, and there was no DNA that was detected on that sample, so it was never moved forward in the DNA process.
Okay. Next?
Fingernail clippings from Mr. Reid on the left hand. There wasn't any blood that was indicated on that item, and there were DNA types foreign to Mr. Reid, so 2 DNA types that were foreign, but due to the limited nature, that sample was inconclusive.
So on the fingernail clippings, there is DNA foreign to him on left hand,
Yes, ma'am.
and it's more than one. It's 2, did you say?
2 types.
2 types?
Yes.
Okay. And beyond that, you don't know a thing?
That's correct.
Okay. And by types, what do you mean?
2 DNA types, meaning the types you get from your mother, types from your father. There were 2 individual of those alleles at at 2 different locations.
So you don't know if that's 1 foreign or 2 foreign?
That's correct.
Okay. And the other fingernail clippings, both of Mr. and Mrs. Reid?
The right hand from Mr. Reid, no blood was indicated on that item, and no DNA profile foreign to Mr. Reid was obtained from that item. Then the left hand finger clippings of Mrs. Reid, no blood was indicated on those, and no DNA profile foreign to Mrs. Reid was obtained from those.
Okay.
And then lastly, the right hand from Mrs. Reid, blood was indicated on the right hand, however, no DNA profile foreign to Mrs. Reid was obtained.
Okay. And next, black boot size 12, no analysis.
There was a note in the case file that for some reason that the black boots was decided not to be tested, so that was no analysis was performed on that item is the conclusion.
Okay. The next item that was tested.
A swab of a bullet fragment. As part of my conclusions, I concluded that that DNA profile was obtained from one individual. Mr. Reid could not be excluded as a contributor to that DNA profile, and then Mrs. Reid and Mr. Clegg were excluded as contributors to that DNA profile.
Okay, and what was the number on the inclusion or Mr. Reid could not be excluded?
So this statistic is a little different because it's a single source robust profile, so I'm able to perform what's called a random match statistic on this. And so the wording also changes. And so the statistic is that a chance that an unrelated person chosen at random from the general population would be included as a contributor to this DNA profile is approximately 1 in every 990 octillion individuals.
I don't know that anybody here would know what that number is, but fair to say it's well beyond the quantity necessary to say this is Stephen Reid's?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to make a connection here. The lab actually just got swabs, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But you have information in your file about where the swabs came from?
Yes.
The item number from Concord Police.
Yes. So this particular item was 2104-B, lab generated from swabbing of bullet fragment.
Okay. I guess I should have you. Okay. I have a map, and I know that you have no idea what this is. But I'm interested in the number. What did you say the first four numbers were?
2104.
And B was
B.
the next? Do you see that number here?
I do.
And 2104, do you see an arrow that is pointing to an X in the path there?
I do.
So is it fair to say the swabs were from that item? If that item is for 2104?
Assuming that
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
Just so that you can confirm the number on this thing entitled bullet fragment matches the number that the swabs, evidence number that the swabs were taken from?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And single source meaning that Mrs. Reid is absolutely ruled out?
Yes.
And there's another item that was submitted along with that, a second swab that came from that same evidence number from Concord PD, right?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was an off-white substance from a bullet fragment.
And what was the result of the off-white substance from the bullet fragment?
The DNA profile obtained from that item indicated one male contributor. Mr. Reid could not be excluded as a contributor to that DNA profile, and Mrs. Reid and Mr. Clegg were excluded as contributors to the DNA profile. The statistic involved is, again, a random match statistic, and the chance that an unrelated person chosen at random from the general population would be included as a contributor to that DNA profile is approximately 1 in every 990 octillion individuals.
So can this be located on this chart as like an arrow? It's off into...
No, because that's the likelihood ratio chart. So this is the random match. So meaning basically out of a population of 990 octillion individuals, I would only expect this profile one time.
Okay. So it's not appropriate for this chart.
That's correct.
But it is appropriate to call it Mr. Reid's.
Yes.
Okay. Was that it with that one?
For that sample.
A bunch of hairs, I think we talked about already. No results?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And no DNA detected on any other items that you
That's correct.
analyzed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you did those results, and the date of that report was May of 2022?
3.
3. It was this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. And after you did that report, what'd you do with regard to this case?
It went through review and then the administrative review and was released to the agency.
Okay. After you released it to the agency, what did you do?
I actually went through these samples in anticipation of if there could be any future testing, and determined based on some of the results I was seeing from a handful of samples that they were just at my interpretation threshold, meaning they were just under the area where I would interpret it. So originally they were included. And so I made notes to myself in my case file that if any further testing was ever requested, that potentially further YSTR testing may be suitable for a couple of different samples.
And YSTR testing is different from, just generally, different from all of the probability testing and the profiles that you got before, how?
YSTR testing would focus on the male-specific areas only of the sample, so it would potentially eliminate Mrs. Reid as a contributor.
Okay. And what were the areas that you thought might render some result?
A couple of the areas that I believed may render suitability were the right hiking boot from Mr. Reid, as well as an area on the green pants and potentially the hiking boots of Mrs. Reid.
Okay. And were they subsequently retested?
They were.
Were any additional items retested?
They weren't. They weren't additional items. They were samples from items previously tested.
Okay. What was the result? Did you conduct the test?
I did not.
Did you review the results of that test?
I did.
And what were the results of the test?
So this report was written by Mr. Daniel Aguilera, and he performed YSTR analysis on this report, as well as one sample.
Your Honor, may we approach just briefly?
Yes.
And you were talking about the analysis that was done.
Yes. So YSTR analysis was performed on the right hiking boot from Mr. Reid, from the exterior left ankle from the green pants of Mrs. Reid, as well as both right and left hiking boots of Mrs. Reid. And there were no Y DNA profiles obtained from those samples. And then one additional sample was tested for the testing like I performed, but it was consolidated into one report. And that was an additional sample from the exterior right ankle from the green pants of Mrs. Reid. And there was no DNA profile obtained from that sample either.
And was the submitting agency the same in this set of testing?
Yes.
Okay. So no results from this additional test, right?
No results, and then one inconclusive.
So I just want to make sure that anything that you have insufficient amount of DNA, and you might get some alleles and not in certain locations of the DNA, but if they're insufficient, it is not a reliable thing to try and read something into it. Is that right?
That's correct. Analysis stops and no comparisons are made.
And if something is inconclusive, is that the same?
Inconclusive means analysis stops and no comparison is made. Insufficient would mean that analysis stops and DNA profiles were never developed.
So even trying to read something into the profiles of either insufficient, you don't get profiles of inconclusive, that is not a reliable method of gleaning information from the DNA.
That's correct. It's not appropriate at that time. If the sample is not suitable for interpretation, it's not appropriate to make any inclusions or exclusions on that item.
How about when it was inconclusive but showed foreign DNA? Is that appropriate to consider?
Inconclusive is inconclusive. It stops.
Okay. And so the only DNA results with regard to hypothesis 1 and 2 to see if Logan Clegg could be a contributor or could not be a contributor, they all landed on the person of interest not a contributor.
That's correct.
And none on the possible conclusion of contributor.
That's correct.
No support for Mr. Clegg being a possible contributor.
That's correct.
I may have a
Of course.
microphone. At the this time I'd like to move this chart that we've developed during the course of.
Can we approach Judge?
Yeah, of course.
And
But I think she explained that what she was crossing off, and the most confusing thing is just the crossouts. From my
Exhibit 1211 for this plan.
And with those changes, you say 1211?
1211.
1211 is the full exhibit.
okay, and in your presence and in the presence of the jury, I sort of made that cross off a lot more plain. And the mistake that happened was simply that you put it in the right place. The information that remains on the chart is the correct information at the right level.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't we take about a 10-minute recess, then we'll resume with testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
The Honorable Jury.
You can step down. We'll take a brief recess.
Where is it recess?
Let's go talk.
Yes.
Okay. Everyone else can have a seat.
All rise for the honorable jury.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Attorney Hageman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So the testing that was done by DNA Labs International involved multiple items of physical evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was testing that was done for blood
Yes, ma'am.
and for what I think you've used the term touch DNA.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, all of the reports that you authored, so reports 1 through 4 that you had previously gone over, plus in fact report 5 that was done by another analyst, if I counted correctly, I believe there were over 20 instances where the examinations resulted in inconclusive results.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to go through those. So this second report, the right hiking boot of Stephen Reid, that was inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
What was labeled sock B of the white socks of Stephen Reid were inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
The jeans of Stephen Reid, so the exterior, were inconclusive.
Those are the belt only samples.
Thank you for the correction.
But yes, ma'am.
The belt only, including the belt buckle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the gray jacket of Stephen Reid,
Yes, ma'am.
inconclusive. And then the hiking boots of Wendy Reid,
Yes, ma'am.
both the right boot and the left boot,
Yes, ma'am.
inconclusive. And then the gray and green socks of Wendy Reid,
Yes, ma'am.
inconclusive.
So did you answer that one?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
you-
Yes, sir. Yes,
She
ma'am.
said- She did say yes. I was flipping through
Nope.
my pages. Thank you,
Thanks.
Judge. Then the jeans with the belt from report 4. So moving ahead to report 4. The jeans with the belt. The exterior of the right ankle, inconclusive.
That was a combined sample of both
Oh.
right and left.
Thank you.
But yes, ma'am. That was
Okay,
inconclusive.
So the ankle, if I call it generally the ankle.
Ankles.
Ankles.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Inconclusive. The gray jacket of Stephen Reid, so I believe that includes, let's say, the pockets, the interior of the pockets, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the exterior of both armpits, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
The green and blue sweatshirt of Stephen Reid. The exterior waist, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
Then the green pants of Wendy Reid. The exterior of the ankles, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
The exterior of the hip regions, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
The interior of the left pocket, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
The interior of the right pocket, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
The white jacket of Wendy Reid, the left sleeve, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
The left front panel, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
The right sleeve, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
The black long sleeve turtleneck of Wendy Reid, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
The fingernail clippings from Stephen Reid's left hand, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
And then turning to the fifth report, so not the one authored by you, but the last report. The green pants of Wendy Reid, the left ankle, inconclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, inconclusive could be because of the complex nature. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And complex could mean multiple things.
Yes, ma'am.
So it could mean that there are more than, say, 5 contributors to a sample, which is something that DLI would not analyze.
Yes, ma'am.
It could also mean that it is so low level and so degraded of a sample.
Yes, ma'am.
So meaning the quality of the sample is just really degraded.
Yes, ma'am.
It could also mean the amount of DNA present is just so low level and it's dropping off.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's not enough DNA there for you to accurately determine even maybe a number of contributors.
Yes, ma'am. If I could clarify,
Certainly.
the 5 contributors would pertain to record 4, since that was the more advanced kit, but it would be 4 contributors for reports 1 through 3.
Fair enough. So depending on the kit that's used for the DNA analysis.
Yes, ma'am.
But ultimately, it could affect whether you could even determine a number of contributors.
Yes.
And in this particular case, is it fair to say that there were a number of samples where that was the case?
Yes, ma'am.
And essentially that means they weren't even suitable for DNA analysis.
Suitable for comparison.
Fair enough. Inconclusive could also be because of the limited nature of the foreign DNA type,
Yes, ma'am.
meaning there's limited data.
Yes, ma'am.
Or not enough data present from the foreign contributor for you to make any determination.
Yes, ma'am.
So inconclusive essentially means you cannot include, but you certainly cannot exclude.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in a variety of the results that the jury heard from you either yesterday or today, Stephen and Wendy Reid were assumed to be contributors to a particular DNA sample.
Yes, ma'am.
And by that it means that you assume that they're a contributor to an item of physical evidence.
Of their clothing. Yes, ma'am.
Their clothing, for example. And you assume that they're a contributor because it's an item that maybe Stephen or Wendy had worn.
Yes, and looking at the profile, it was clear that their profile was in the mixture that was obtained.
And that doesn't surprise you,
No.
right?
No, ma'am.
Because it's an article of clothing that maybe Stephen or Wendy Reid had worn.
That's correct.
You also testified a little earlier this morning that the pill bottle, the cap of it that was tested, was Wendy Reid's blood on it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, there were also 3 examinations that you discussed on direct examination where Logan Clegg could not be ruled out as a possible contributor. So I'm referencing the jeans with the belt, the white sock, and the belt.
Left hiking boot?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And in regard to the hiking boot, Logan Clegg could not be ruled out as a possible contributor.
Yes, ma'am.
And with regard to the white sock, he could not be ruled out as a contributor.
Yes, ma'am.
And as it pertains to the belt, he cannot be ruled out as a contributor.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you discussed the likelihood ratio that's used once you do a statistical analysis with like StarMix. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the likelihood ratio gives you what level of support for one of the two hypotheses that you talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
And essentially, is 0 an exclusion?
0 would be an exclusion that it's just not possible. The LR came back as 0.
Okay. And then greater than 1 million would be very strong support.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, hypothetically, if a person had come in contact with an item of physical evidence, let's say they used their hands to move an item, and that item was left out in the rain. When that same item of physical evidence is then submitted to the laboratory for DNA testing, would it surprise you that results may be inconclusive?
Not always. No, ma'am.
Now, could that be due to the limited nature of the data that you have?
Yes, ma'am.
And is a sufficient level of DNA for comparison purposes always left behind on an item of physical evidence that came in contact with a person?
No, ma'am.
And can DNA degrade over time?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned on direct environmental factors that could affect that.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
may accelerate the degradation of DNA.
Yes, ma'am.
So exposure to the elements of, say, an outdoor scene
Yes, ma'am.
could affect the ability to have sufficient DNA to be able to make conclusive results.
Yes, ma'am.
And for example, if an item of evidence was left outside and it rained, could that affect the DNA results?
Yes, ma'am.
And say interaction with water, rain. I think you mentioned snow and rain. On
Yes,
direct.
ma'am.
So that can result in degradation.
Yes, ma'am.
And how about heat? Can that accelerate that process as well?
Absolutely.
And how about alcohol or rubbing alcohol?
I would assume that would still wash away cellular material because it's wet.
Your Honor, if I may just have one moment.
Of course.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Further cross-examination? Or further direct examination, rather.
Concord Police or the state went back to the lab 4 times for additional testing?
The first report, a number of items were submitted. So reports 1 and 2 contained all of the items submitted at once. However, in the first report, we only tested a couple. I'm not sure why at the beginning. So then 3 additional reports. So 5 total reports. I believe 4 or so different submissions.
Okay. And they got the results prior to seeking additional testing.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. Foundation, whether she even knows.
You sub-
If you would rephrase, correct.
Thank you.
Actually, I'll let you pursue it on recross.
You submitted to your report to the requesting agency before doing new testing.
Based on the dates, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think you testified on direct, you also had some conversations with the AG before doing the
Objection,
final?
Your Honor.
The council would approach.
So the state brought out on cross, what was it, 21, 24 insufficient samples?
I believe she said 20-ish.
Okay, close enough. You listed them and you went through it. And so the fact that they were insufficient, does that affect the results, the quantifiable results that you were able to obtain?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you talked about the environmental factors that would affect degradation, loss of DNA, everything like that.
Yes, ma'am.
And the belt buckle, the jury has pictures of the belt buckle. Something that was less exposed to the elements might have a better chance of surviving, DNA surviving after being in the elements.
Yes, but it would also depend on the surface of the item.
Sure. And you found comparable DNA on the surface of the inside of the belt.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was DNA that the likelihood that Logan was a contributor was in the moderate, was not a contributor, sorry, in the moderate range.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that you said that whether or not a person leaves touch DNA on an item is also affected by a whole lot of factors,
Yes, ma'am.
including maybe sweat,
Yes, ma'am.
coming from perhaps exertion or something.
Objection, leading.
Sustained is to form.
Thank you,
Okay.
Judge.
Sorry. Is exertion something that could lead to the sweat that might enhance the likelihood that somebody would leave DNA?
That's possible.
And the state was going through the 3 items where the analysis said that Mr. Clegg could not be excluded. She referenced the 3 items that we put on the chart where he ended up in the likelihood he's not a contributor stage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we're talking, and let's make this clear, when we're talking about could not be excluded, was there one where somebody could not be excluded, but then going through star mix there was a different result?
Could not be ruled out
Sorry.
based on the visual interpretation, but yes.
Okay, and who is that?
That was Mrs. Reid.
And by going through star mix, could it be determined whether or not she was excluded?
Yes.
And when you say not excluded, that is a quick, you describe it again, I'm sorry, I don't want to leave you.
It's the visual interpretation of who may or may not be a part of that sample.
Okay, and is it any indication is that an indication of should be further tested?
If I say that someone could not be ruled out, I have to perform statistics on that item.
Okay, and it's the statistics that determine whether somebody can be a possible contributor or not?
They help. That provides the weight behind me making the conclusion.
Okay, and that is what the star mix does, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So your visual analysis, is that what determines goes to star mix?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a conclusion about whether or not a person is a contributor?
In the sense that I cannot rule them out, it's saying based on that basically I can't rule them out. I'm not saying at that point they are a contributor until I perform statistics.
Okay, and which is the reliable analysis for your company?
We do the visual interpretation on the front end, and the statistics support it. So that's why we have the statistics, is because visually we cannot take into account all the possible combinations if a person is dropping out, which the statistics and the computer can.
Okay.
So,
And visually, on one of those items, Mrs. Reid couldn't be ruled out by you, but astronomically ruled out. Okay. And was the amount of DNA on that one, and do you remember what it was
which sample?
that she was ruled out on?
The amount from the actual contributor?
Was it a higher quantity of DNA than the, say, the belt buckle?
Can I look at the case file?
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's White Sock A. I'm looking at September 7.
White sock A. So the amount of DNA present on white sock A was 0.004 nanograms, which is a very small amount. However, we only need 0.001 to move forward with our analysis.
And in that, what we would all consider tiny amount, it's a sufficient amount for you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In that amount, was Mrs. Reid pretty positively determined not to be a contributor?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though that first step says can't be excluded.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that first step anything that you can rely on for a conclusion?
It depends on how good the sample is.
Okay. So if an exclusion is apparent in that first thing, you can rely on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further cross-examination?
No, Judge, thank you.
Any objection to excusing Ms. Smith altogether?
No, I'd ask that she be excused.
Ms. Smith, you're free. Have a seat, counsel, at the bench. Members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break now. There's an issue I need to deal with out of your presence, so I'm going to have you take your lunch break. We'll resume at 1 o'clock with the case. Please remember my instructions about not discussing the case. We're making good progress with the case, but we're not quite at the point where you can talk about the case. That can only happen after all the evidence is completed, and I've given you the instructions and the law that applies. We'll take our lunch break now, and then we'll resume at 1 o'clock.
All rise for the honorable jury.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
So
aware, defense counsel did hire an expert to look at some photographs in this case, specifically the photographs between May 10th and May 20th. They were once a subject of a pretrial hearing, and we had talked about getting an expert to do so. On the day of jury selection, so that would have been October 2nd, the state met with Detective Brown, who had indicated that he saw an object or a casing in a photograph from May 10th. Today, during the DNA testimony, apparently a Detective Ryder, who the defense intended on calling because of some very helpful things in his report, apparently he has now looked at a photograph from April 23rd, April 22nd, so within the time that the scene would have been secured, and now claims to see the casing. This is in distinct contrast with what was outlined in his report. At this point, the state has rested. The defense does intend on calling Detective Ryder because, again, he provides significant support for our case. However, we haven't actually received the Zwicker letter yet because, again, it happened during the DNA testimony. But it's my understanding that the state hopes on cross-examination to elicit this testimony from Detective Ryder regarding what he claims to observe in this April 23rd photograph.
22nd.
22nd, sorry. Still processing the information. Obviously, we object to this for the same reasons as outlined previously regarding Detective Brown, but also because of unfair surprise. It is prejudicial. I think that it violates Mr. Clegg's due process rights. Our expert is in the building. He was scheduled to testify next. He has not had the same time or opportunity to review this particular photograph and what the Detective Ryder claims to see in that photograph. We can obviously have him, and I've passed along the photograph that was emailed to us minutes ago to him, but this all amounts to, I mean, nothing's come out yet, but it's unfair surprise, it's prejudicial, and it should be excluded and disallowed on cross-examination.
Your Honor, there's no discovery violation here. I was informed of this during the direct examination of Ms. Smith. I obviously did not communicate it to counsel during her testimony, but as soon as there was a break, I did communicate that information. I immediately provided them with the information we had received, including the emails I got from the Concord Police with the photo in question, not just the original photo, but versions they had sent me that were cropped and marked to show where the item is. That photo is, a physical version of it is currently in evidence. The digital version has been in discovery since, I believe, January of this year, of January of 2023. Both sides have had this photo for 9 months. There's no discovery violation here. This is evidence that was equally available to both sides. Counsel spoke about their photo expert. I think it's relevant that their expert was not asked at any point prior to this to examine any photos from April. He was only asked to examine photos from May 10th. So this photo was equally available for his review as it was for the Concord Police's. I think if counsel chooses to call Detective Ryder at this point, as it seems like they will, they are doing so with the knowledge that he would testify to this on cross, and I think that's fair. I don't think there's any unfair prejudice. This is certainly prejudicial in the sense that all evidence presented by the prosecution is prejudicial. I don't think it's unfair in the sense of Rule 4 or 3. I don't think there's any unfair prejudice that substantially outweighs the probative value. I think the probative value is extremely high here, given the way that the case has come in and the import of this evidence that the court is aware of. Where there's simply no discovery violation, I don't think there's any grounds to exclude this testimony, particularly if, at this point, counsel chooses to call Detective Ryder. If they choose not to, we may seek, and likely will seek, to call him on rebuttal anyway, and we can deal with that if and when we get there. But I think, given the discussion we're having, I think it's absolutely fair for him to testify, similar to Detective Brown's testimony. We will not elicit, we will not ask him to testify that that is a shell casing, it's just an object he sees in a photo.
Your Honor, I think that this reflects the problem with Detective Brown coming in and saying, without any expertise, that he sees an object in the photograph. Setting that aside, the state is saying, yes, we've had this photograph in evidence. I don't have it in front of me, but, well, I have a digital version. The photograph doesn't actually show tree number 1. And so it is not a situation where it was obvious that that would have been I'm not even clear if it's the same location.
I guess my point is if this is in evidence, why isn't it fair game for the state on cross-examination of your expert to say, look, you looked at photographs from May 10th and May 20th. I want to show you a photograph from April 20th or April 25th or sometime before then, and I want to draw your attention to this part of the photograph. You know, do you see anything in that photograph, or what do you see in that photograph? Why isn't that fair game for cross?
But Your Honor, I'm not asking to exclude cross-examination of my expert. They can cross-examine my expert.
You don't object to them using that photograph from April 23rd to say, I want to zoom in on this area and direct your attention to this area. Do you see anything in that area?
I think that if they do that,
there's no objection to that line.
Mr. Latham, when analyzing the photographs in this case, took hours to do so. We have him looking at it now. The thing that I take the most issue with is the state calling a lay witness to testify about something that he just saw in a photograph today, and essentially stonewalling the defense's ability to call witnesses that are favorable to the defense.
Sure, but let me finish here. But if
all
all they're doing is having Detective Ryder come in and testify and say he was present on whatever the day is, April 22nd, I can't remember what it was, April 22nd. April 22nd, and that this is a picture of that area on April 22nd, and you know, what's wrong with it zooming in on that and saying, yes, is that the general area you searched around then on April 22nd? Why isn't that fair game? Both sides can use the exhibits to examine their witnesses. If he was there and he has personal knowledge of the search that day in that area, why can't he talk about that?
Because he can talk about his search. And again, if he were to talk about his search as outlined in his report, it would be extremely favorable to the defense. What they are asking him to do is to, without the requisite expertise, look at a photograph and make a wild speculation.
I mean, if he doesn't use the word casing, he says there does appear to be an object in that general area to him. Why is that different from your expert saying this appears to be a leaf in that general area, or this appears to be a stick in that general area?
Because my expert's an expert, and the witnesses that the state is having look at and say, oh, that's an object, they are not experts.
Oh, I mean, I don't view that as particularly, you know, I mean, he can be cross-examined on that. It's in evidence. If you're going to call him, the state can ask him about that photograph. He can't describe it as a casing. He can't say that, but he can identify an object in what appears to be an object in a photograph. I'm going to permit the state to do that.
I understand the court's ruling. I do want to put on the record that we object under the rules of evidence. We object under Rule 12. We object under the New Hampshire Constitution and the federal Constitution. And again, I feel as though this is a very slippery slope. This is the second officer that this has happened with at the last minute, at the 12th hour, literally during the defense's most damning testimony. This appears.
If counsel's implying that the state had this information and sat on it.
No, we'll let Attorney Dominguez finish first. Attorney Dominguez.
What is to stop every single one of the state's employees from looking at a photograph, making a wild observation like this, and essentially stonewalling our defense? The state had our expert report since essentially since it was created, it may have been within a day or two, but I believe it had been turned over on, apologize. August 22nd, 2023 is when we received it. I'm pretty sure we had provided that very quickly. They had an opportunity to get their own experts. They didn't do so.
What we're talking about is asking somebody who is present and part of the scene examining, who's going to say he was present that day and identified a photograph as a photograph depicting an area that was searched that day, and just to describe what appears to him to be an object in the photograph. I don't see that as unfair surprise. I don't see that as he can be cross-examined. You can't tell what it is. All it does is appear to be an object. He could say he sees something. He sees something near a stick, or he sees a stick out of place. I take it your expert is going to look at the photographs and say, I see this stick. Detective Brown said there's a curved stick in that area. As counsel examined many of the officers who conducted scene work in this case, they oriented them to different things that were found, seen in the photographs that were, obvious to them, whether there was a tent marker, whether there was a tree, whether there was, a trail, proximity to those things. All that's happened routinely with witnesses throughout the case. I don't see this as any unfair surprise or violation of anybody's rights here. So I will permit the state to go there. I will permit examination of the defense's expert regarding that topic. And if Detective Ryder is not called, I will permit the state to, assuming an adequate, again, that he was there. He's not just asking somebody who worked for the police to look at a photograph. It's somebody who is present and conducted scene work and establishes the basis of their knowledge of that area and identifies that area from a photograph from the time they were there. So I will permit that. The objection to that testimony is overruled.
Understood, Your Honor. You said that the defense may cross-examine. If the defense calls Detective Ryder, it sounds as though we have permission at this point to treat him as a hostile witness.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm going to permit that.
No objection.
Okay. I know if you could, I know.
Well,
Absolutely. We still need to address the scope of Mr. Latham's testimony, right? Are you objecting to? I mean, this sort of raised.
Just on the issue of treating Detective Ryder as hostile, I'm not objecting. Would the state then still be able to cross-examine him if called by defense?
Yeah, I mean,
With questions,
right. I'm permitting that examination, whether he's called. I'm permitting, again. You have to lay the adequate foundation for it about his basis of his knowledge. But from the get-go, I think, given that he's providing information, looking at photographs to prepare his testimony, I think I'm going to give the defense permission to treat him as hostile from the get-go.
We do object to the state being able to also cross-examine him.
Well,
I think that they should be required to ask open-ended questions.
I'll think about that. I'm inclined not to allow that with regards to, but I'll take a look at. I have to look at some authority on that specific question. Let me just ask about Mr. Latham for a second. In light of the fact that I have permitted Detective Brown to testify, and I looked at my notes regarding Detective Brown's testimony that he did identify what appeared to be a curved stick. What's the state's objection to Mr. Latham?
We have no objection to Mr. Latham testifying about this.
Or any, you're withdrawing your objection to his testimony?
It's been our position from the beginning that he is not, there's no specialized knowledge or technical expertise required to do what he is doing. If I could have a moment.
I mean, I think given what I've permitted Detective Brown to testify to, and now Detective Ryder, I think the state faces an uphill battle persuading me not to permit Mr. Latham to testify.
In that case, we'll withdraw our objection.
Okay, great. So we'll resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Rise, court.
testimony you're to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
If you'd have a seat and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Sir. My name is Jason Latham. It's spelled Latham as in Mary.
Attorney Dominguez.
Excuse me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Latham. Can you tell the jury how you're employed?
I am the owner and founder of a company called Complete Digital Forensic Solutions Incorporated.
And what does that company do?
We are a private forensic, computer forensic and image analysis laboratory. We take evidence from basically any digital source and process it and clarify it and analyze it.
And what is your role at CDFS?
I am, as I said, the co-founder and co-owner of it. I'm also the laboratory director and the senior forensic examiner of that organization.
All right. And before I sort of get into the specifics of being a forensic examiner, can you explain to the jury sort of how you came to work in this field?
Yes, ma'am. I originally was trained as an analytical research biochemist, and then I joined a police force, and because of my scientific training and background, I was assigned to the crime laboratory. And in that laboratory, I developed the third digital multimedia evidence laboratory in the country. I then got that section nationally and internationally accredited, and then continued on my journey of learning and developing my skills in forensic video analysis, image analysis, content analysis. Basically anything to do with video or image data, I was involved in learning it, developing it, doing independent research in my laboratory, and publishing.
All right. So you mentioned a laboratory. Can you tell us what sort of labs you've worked for before, aside from the one that you co-own?
Yes, ma'am. I originally worked at the Johnson County Sheriff's Office Crime Laboratory. I was a sworn officer assigned to the crime lab. I then worked at the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia. And then I started a company called DME Forensics, where I assisted in developing forensic software in the forensic space, as well as I was their laboratory director there and ran their lab.
All right. Before we talk more about your labs, you mentioned that you were a sworn officer. What does that mean? Like, what sort of work did you work on when you were an officer?
Yes, ma'am. So I went to police academy. I was a Kansas certified peace officer, and I worked for the sheriff's department, so I was a deputy sheriff. Because of my skill and training in the science field, I was assigned to the crime lab, and I had multiple jobs. I was in charge of receiving evidence and processing it. I also received specialized training in crime scene photography, and I was also on the critical incident response team. If there was any major crime, homicides, I was called out to photograph, document the scene, and assist in the collection and identification of evidence at the scene.
All right. And so now that you work for your own lab, what sort of work does your lab do?
I kind of have three roles at my lab. As an owner, I've got to do the business side of the house, the accounting and all the CFO stuff. So I've got to make sure the business is running. As a laboratory director, one of my primary goals is quality assurance and quality management, assuring that when we produce reports and results that they adhere to scientific published methods, industry best practices, and we also follow an international standard called the ISO 17025, which is an international accreditation standard for laboratories. And then I'm also a senior examiner, so I'm actually on the bench doing cases, receiving evidence, and processing information to answer specific questions of that data.
All right. And so do you only work on criminal cases?
No, ma'am, I don't.
So what else do you work on?
For criminal cases, I do about 50% of my work is on criminal cases. Approximately 50% is on civil cases.
And when you do criminal cases, is that all for defense lawyers?
No, ma'am, it is not.
So you do it for the state too? How does that work?
It works out to about, again, 50-50. Half the time I'm working for the prosecution, half the time I'm working for the defense.
And so how long have you been doing this for?
I've been doing this for approximately 20 years.
You talked a little bit about your formal education, but have you received any other specialized training?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us about those?
I have taken over 1,000 hours of digital multimedia specific training, computers, cell phones, mobile devices, image analysis, photogrammetry. I also have developed classes and have done independent research in my labs, and I've taught law enforcement and other entities. I've developed several 40-week-long courses that I taught to a lot of different agencies and also international agencies.
And do you have any sort of certifications?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us about those?
I hold 2 certifications in video and image. One is from an organization called LEVA, the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association. I also have a certification through an organization called the International Association for Identification, and I hold both those certifications currently.
All right, and I'm going to ask you about the requirements for that, but I guess you say video. Video isn't the same as photos, so can you explain how that applies?
Yes, video is distilled to its basic. It's a series of still images with time information. I remember in grade school, if you were bored, you'd draw little Martians eating the spaceman and then flip it through, and if you flip it fast enough, it looks like it's motion. Basically, video is a series of still images that are presented to the user fast enough that we perceive motion. So when I talk about video and images, what I can do with video, the tools, techniques, and process are very similar, if not the same, when we deal with still images. So they're very synonymous. So what I can do with a video, I can also do with still images in most cases.
And so those 2 certifications, can you very briefly tell us what the requirements for those are?
Yes, ma'am. Basically, you have to have 5 years of experience in the field doing more than 50% of your work in video or image, or a bachelor's degree. If you have a bachelor's degree, you need 3 years. You need, I believe it's approximately 230 hours of classroom training, of which 180 has to be specifically video, image, digital multimedia. You then have to take various written and practical tests. You have to pass a moot court, so you can prove that you can explain technical information to lay individuals. And then for one of my certifications, I had to submit a case that I had done and go in front of a board where they grill you for a couple hours to make sure that you know what you're doing. And on one of my other certifications, there was a very extensive test with a practical. Approximately 60% of the people that take the test fail it.
All right, and so these certifications, is it sort of like a one and done, you have it for life situation?
No, ma'am, it is not.
So how often do you have to recertify?
Every 3 years, I have to recertify, and in that 3-year time period, I need to acquire an additional 80 hours of continuing education.
Excuse me. You mentioned a little bit about research in your own lab. Have you contributed to any peer-reviewed scholarly journals?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
My work, currently I'm working on some papers that will be submitted for scholarly journals. Let me correct that. I have not, in the field of video forensics, published in a scholarly journal yet. I have a couple that are in queue. I have published in the toxicology field, but I do independent research. I did a research project, and I just issued a 52-page paper that I self-published on my blog for the scientific community to review. And I also, this December, am defending my graduate thesis, so that will be published as well.
And do you do any sort of other work for peer-reviewed journals?
Yes, I am a guest technical expert for the Journal for Forensic Sciences. I basically review other scientists' work as an editor to evaluate if it's valid for publication, if the results are true and accurate, looking at the references before the journal publishes those articles.
And do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes, I do.
I believe one that the jury's already heard about is the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. Is that something that you belong to?
Yes, I am a full voting member of that organization.
All right. And have you ever been qualified as an expert and testified before?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us a little bit about how many times and where?
Through testimony and depositions, it's approximately 20 in my career. There are cases all the way from gas drive-offs, forged checks, all the way up to capital murder.
All right, at this point, I would ask the court, under Rule 702, to certify Mr. Latham as an expert in the fields of digital and multimedia evidence forensics, video and image analysis, comparative and content analysis, and photogrammetry.
Judge, there's no objection to him giving an opinion on this.
Yes, Mr. Latham may give his opinions.
All right. And you've talked a lot about sort of what your background is. One that we haven't touched as much upon is the comparative and content analysis. Can you tell us a little bit about, how you're an expert on that?
Yes, ma'am. Through my training, comparative analysis and content analysis is kind of our bread and butter. I do these type of exams on probably 80 to 90% of the cases that come through my door. So at the very beginning of my training, many of the classes include either vast majority of the classes about comparative and content analysis, and I've also taken several 40-hour-long courses specifically on comparisons. One of the classes I took was nothing but comparisons, and we even went to a clothing manufacturer to watch from when they unrolled the fabric to the finished shirt, so I could understand how clothing was manufactured, so I could evaluate when I'm looking at a striped shirt from one individual to another, understanding how they're put together so I can understand what I'm looking at when I look at images. When I was at the FBI, I took an advanced facial comparison class where we're trying to identify individuals by facial, ears, and other characteristics of the head. I also toured 2 automobile manufacturers, watching from the steel getting rolled off the giant roll to the car rolling off the assembly line to the paint shop, so I could understand how vehicles were constructed, because a lot of times I get asked to do what are called vehicle comparisons or make model determinations. What kind of car was that in the video? So I also developed my own comparison classes. I have taught an advanced vehicle comparison class in the past as well, and that was a 2-day course that I've taught.
All right. And so I understand in some of these situations, like clothing factory and a car, you might need some sort of expertise. But if we're just looking at 2 photos outside of, the outside, why is your expertise needed? Why can't we just kind of zoom in and look at what's there?
Yes, I have found through my career that, especially now that everybody has cell phones and social media, a lot of people understand video and images, but they don't understand how these things are made, stored, and transmitted. The other thing is I am an independent, objective party in this matter. I'm not involved in the investigation. I didn't go to the crime scene. I'm kind of looking through a keyhole when I do my exam that allows me to be more objective. I also am an advocate for the data. I don't take a side as to my client's arguments or what they need. I let the data dictate what I can assess and comment on. I also have, as we discussed, extensive training in science and technical matters to understand what I'm looking at. I also follow published scientific methods and industry best practices when I do my exams. And also when I work on these cases, I literally spend hours on each image, dissecting them in a very systematic, methodical way. I truly get to understand each image. Whereas my experiences with most juries like yourself is you're going to look at the images I show you here for 20, 30 seconds, maybe a couple minutes. You might have the opportunity to review them in the deliberation room, whereas I have literally spent hours and hours. So I have a good understanding.
Counsel would approach. Members of the jury, I'm going to strike the testimony regarding how you're to weigh evidence. That's for you to decide, not Mr. Latham. To the extent he suggested that you're supposed to do your work in any way, that is improper, and I'm striking that testimony.
All right, Mr. Latham, is there any technical forensic sort of reasons why zooming in on an image is not always the best thing to do.
Yes, ma'am. When you zoom in on an image, you have to be careful. In forensics, we always zoom in on even divisible amounts of 100, 250. If you zoom in on an image, say like at 165%, the computer has to make some guesses. The computer can only deal in whole pixels. You can't take an element. Okay, let me explain what a pixel is. Remember the old light brights as a kid?
So he can't say you can. You can't
Okay.
do this.
Yes,
That's improper.
yes, sir.
You can talk about how you do your work and what conclusions you can draw from that work, but you can't tell people how they're supposed to analyze material.
Yes, sir. A pixel is the smallest addressable element in a picture. If you think of a light bright, you had a light with a black sheet of paper and colored pegs were placed in that and you made an image. A pixel is like one of those little colored dots. When you resize an image, the computer can't take a pixel and divide it in half if you don't have an even 100%. So what it has to do is it has to guess at what the surrounding pixels are, and so it may introduce information into the image that is not originally there. This can produce artifacts or information that may be misleading.
Okay, so if when you zoom in on an image, it can add things and distort things, and you said, sometimes there's not whole pixels, then why can you do it? Like, is there something different about your process that takes that issue into account?
Yeah, it's basically training, understanding how the computer is doing this, how the math is doing this. I also use specialized forensic tools. So if I'm not zoomed in on an even percentage of 100, it'll red flag me to let me know, hey, you're not looking at these true pixels.
All right. And how do you know what the computer is doing? Like, how do you know when it's adding stuff or subtracting stuff or distorting stuff and when it's not?
Yes. For the software tools I use, I've had training on them, so I'm aware of what the filters are, what they do, how to use them. Another principle when I work on images, I don't work on the original. I make a forensic working copy, and my software tools are what we call a non-destructive work environment. The base image sits on the bottom level, and then we apply different filters on top, and then you, in essence, look through those filters. So I'm never changing the base information. I'm just applying different math, if you will, to clarify the images.
Wait, you lost me at math.
Yes, ma'am.
How is math involved in all this?
When you resize or do filters, you have to change the pixels. You have to evaluate and change those pixels. That's based on math that is called algorithms. It's known, prescribed, we know the outcome, so it's not like we're just randomly kind of adjusting things. These are things that are published in the scientific literature.
All right. A little earlier, you had mentioned something about bias. Does your company have a bias mitigation policy?
Yes, we do.
And before you, why don't you tell the jury about the bias mitigation policy?
Our bias mitigation policy is that we instruct our clients only to give us information that is necessary for us to do the exam. We draft what's called a scope of work. We talk to our clients, what evidence do you have, and what questions do you need of that evidence? A lot of my clients will want to send me police reports, autopsy reports, crime scene photos, and if those aren't directly related to the exam and what they need done, those can influence me in a negative way, either consciously or subconsciously, when I'm doing my work. So we have a very robust policy where we do what's called an initial evaluation. So the client will send me excerpts of the data that they have so I can evaluate it to see what is possible. In cases where there's a large amount of data that I don't want to see if I'm the senior examiner, I have another examiner look at that data to kind of triage it and filter out only the necessary information so I'm not biasing myself. And also, too, we try to keep the scope of work front at mind at all times. So that way we don't, what I call mission creep. We don't start looking at other things that aren't relevant to what we're being asked.
And in terms of a general, just generally speaking, do you have any sort of review process?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us about that?
All our cases are administratively reviewed to make sure all the paperwork and forms are correct. We also do what's called a technical or peer review. When I'm done an exam and have issued the reports and the conclusions, I have another certified forensic examiner review my work. And they're asked several questions. Did I follow the right procedures? Am I within the scientific acceptable disciplines of what I'm doing? And are my conclusions and results supported by the data that I processed?
All right. And so we're going to get to what you did in this case, but before we do that, can you explain what information you were given at the onset?
Yes, ma'am. At the onset, I was giving 2 sets of images separated by approximately 10 days.
And what were you told about those images?
I was told that these images contained some objects of interest that were related to a serious person felony crime.
And were you told what conclusion would benefit the client?
No, I was not.
All right. And so you received these images, and what were you asked to do with those images?
I was first asked to identify, to see if I could identify any objects of interest related to this event, and then if I could I compare the 2 images to see if they were similar or dissimilar, the 2 sets of images from 2 different dates to see if they were similar or dissimilar.
All right. And so you were told object of interest, and so did you go ahead and just start the review process at that point?
At that point, I'm going to evaluate the images in a systematic way to identify any objects that are consistent with the client's request.
All right. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And what happened?
So I took the images and I looked at them. Usually I start from top to bottom and kind of make a grid pattern. Based on my training experience as a law enforcement officer, when you generally look at the image, I didn't see anything large like a car or a very large weapon or broken trees or stuff like that. So I made the assumption that I'm looking for something probably related to a weapon, knife, gun, or live ammunition, shell casing, bullet holes, blood spatter, something that was small. So I usually start at the bottom of the image or closest to the sensor, and then I systematically go through in a grid pattern across the image, trying to identify any anomalies or things that are objects that are meeting the criteria. I mark those, and then I usually let those images sit for a day or 2 and then come back to them with fresh eyes. Then I start at the top of the image and go back again and see if I can re-identify those objects. Once that's done, then I'm going to go ahead and start clarifying the images to better understand what the content is.
All right. So after you clarify images, what's the next step?
After I clarify images, then I do the comparisons. I identify the anomalies or objects that I believe are in those images. I take each set of images individually, process it, evaluate it, and once I've gone through all the individual images, then I start comparing one image to another, using a systematic approach to identify what I call anchor points, things that are in the same in both images. That helps orientate me to where things are at so I can evaluate any changes or differences between the 2 images.
All right. So at this point, I am going to hand you what has been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit 1210. And you have the projector covered up right now. If you could
Careful,
that in.
careful. that it? No. Are these the images I just did?
Why don't you open them up and check? 'Cause I can't.
These are the original images.
All right, and so what is on this thumb drive? Looks like there's a few different things.
What appears to be is a PowerPoint presentation I produced, 2 PowerPoint presentations I produced, and some clarified images that I did.
All right, and if you can go back to your first PowerPoint. Do you wanna open that up?
This one?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, and so what is this file?
They're not seeing this.
No, not yet.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. This file is my result report from my examination.
All right, at this point, I would ask to strike the identification on defendants 1210 and enter this as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
We can approach.
Sure.
But the image on the right is a rectangle, whereas the image on the left is that fisheye. Can you explain what you did to the image there?
Yes, what I've done is I've cropped out or taken the center part of the image where the area of interest was. I have resized it, made it larger, and I've improved the contrast of that image.
What do you mean improve the contrast?
If we look on the image on the left, by the base of this large tree, you can see some of the areas are quite dark and some of the areas are quite bright. The tool I used helps normalize the very bright spots and the very dark spots, so it's a more even exposure. And that allows me to understand what's really dark, what's really bright, and we call that contrast, the difference between light and dark. That helps improve the understanding of the image.
All right. And when you did this, because it was that fisheye lens, it sort of has that weird look to it, did you have to sort of warp it in any way?
On this image, I didn't. If you notice, that tree is almost at the center of that lens. So the distortion from that lens is the least at the center of that image. And I made a determination that it was sufficient at the center of that lens to use without adjusting that weird angles. There's another reason why I didn't. I have tools to correct those bends of light. It's called a lens correction. I chose not to do this on this image because I knew I was looking for very small objects. And I did not want to resample or modify the information in this image as little as possible to do my job. Because if I were to do a lens correction, the computer has to do a lot of corrections to this images, and it can, one, introduce artifacts, things that aren't there based on the math, or it can distort other parts of the image in a way that I don't have control over. So I made the decision not to correct the lens distortion in this image.
All right. If we can move on to the next image you received, can you tell us a little bit about that one?
Again, the image on the left is the original image. The image on the right is the clarified image.
All right. And I'm going to pause for just one moment for the record. I want to clarify that the document that we're looking at is the one labeled 23DFL012_CBFSPR and then RES, and then it cuts off, but that should be sufficient for the record. I'm also going to hand you, for the ease of use here, what's been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit 1181 through 1209. All right. Can you just take a quick look at those images for me?
Oof. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so what do that big stack of exhibits, where are those?
Those appear to be printed versions of this PowerPoint that I have on the screen right now.
All right, at this point, I'd ask to strike the identification on defendants 1181 through 1209 and enter as a full exhibit.
Just a moment. Approach.
They're all full exhibits.
All right, and so we are looking right now at the bottom of the slide, it says number 4, and so that corresponds with Defendant's Exhibit 1182, and I think you were just telling us about this image.
Yes, ma'am. The image on the left is the unclarified photograph, and the image on the right is the clarified photograph. Again, all I've done to this image is crop the area of interest, enlarged it, and I balanced the light and dark spots to better understand the content of the image.
And you had talked about earlier sort of the perils of having the computer simply zoom in for you. How did you mitigate that in clarifying this image?
When I did the resize, it's in even multiples of 100. I'd have to check my case notes, but I believe I generally only do a two-time or three-time enlargement. I don't like to go much larger than that because you start getting weird results.
What do you mean weird results?
The larger you get, the computer has to apply more math. You can get artifacts in the image if you enlarge things too much.
All right, and if we can go on to the next slide, so this is the one that corresponds with defendants 1184. Can you tell us, no, it doesn't. 1183, can you tell us about this image?
Again, we have the unclarified original image on the left. We have the clarified image on the right. And again, the same process, enlargement and balancing out the light and dark areas of the image.
All right, if we can move on to the next image. And can you tell us about this one?
Same as before, the unclarified original image on the left and the clarified image. Let me go back to the previous images were taken on the 10th of the month. These are the images from the 20th of the month of May.
All right, and you didn't take these images yourself?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So how were you able to determine the date?
There is information contained within the file. It's called metadata. It's data about data. There's information in that metadata about creation date, modification date, access date. So I took a quick look at that information to determine what the image said its date was.
All right, and so this image corresponds with Defendant's Exhibit 1184 and 1185. I apologize. There was a double printing of that one. Can you move on to the next image? All right, so this is the one that corresponds with Defendant's Exhibit 1186. Can you tell us about it?
Again, on the left we have the unclarified image. On the right we have the clarified image.
Is there anything special or different about this one?
Yeah, this image is pretty well exposed. The lighting conditions are pretty consistent across it. We don't see really dark spots, really bright spots. So I did not have to do very much clarification, just a simple slight adjustments. You can notice that the image on the right is a little bit crisper. It has a little bit more detail to it.
All right, if we can move on to the next image. And can you tell us about this one, which corresponds with Defendant's Exhibit 1187?
Again, we have the original on the left, we have the clarified on the right, and again, this image is relatively well exposed, so very little clarification had to be done on this one.
All right, before I move on to the next slide, obviously I have the physical exhibits here in front of me, and these are printed photographs. What is the better image? What is the better quality image? Is it better to look at it on the screen up there, or is it better to look at the actual printed out copy?
It depends on what you're using the image for. If you have a decent screen or projector, that's usually appropriate. As long as the printed version is printed correctly at the right aspect ratio and the right color gamut, it should be usable as well.
Usable, but which one would be ideal?
Usually on a computer screen or a TV screen would be preferable, projector, and then printed. That would be the order I would recommend viewing these images.
All right, and when you do your work, do you work on just your laptop, or what do you work on?
I work on several monitors. I have some very large monitors and some smaller monitors that are very expensive. And so I have a lot of monitors so I can have a lot of real estate to do what I need to do.
All right, so after you've gone through and you've clarified the images, what's the next step?
Okay, once we've clarified the images, we identify the area of interest. What are we looking, where are we looking on these images? And then I go through and identify any anomalies or targets within those images.
Okay. So I think I may have missed one. So can you go down one more? So image perspectives and orientations, is that still part of the clarification process?
This is more of the analysis part of it. What I'm demonstrating here is I'm showing what are the camera took these pictures in different angles and locations. I'm doing a summary here to show the same area of interest and what angle or where was the camera when these images were taken.
All right. And so did you do any particular perspective or orientation alignment with these photographs?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
Again, with the resizing and correcting lens distortions, because I'm looking for very small objects in a very large image, I need to be very careful about how I resample or modify these images through my process. And I made the determination that if I were to do a perspective alignment, which if you ever take a panoramic photo on your phone, you take multiple photos, and if there's enough overlap of the things or the objects in the scene are covered in two photos, we can use specialized computer algorithms to stitch them together to make one giant view. Perspective alignment is very similar, where you take two different camera views and you identify fixed locations that are consistent in both images, and then the computer can put them into the same general perspective. That's what we call perspective alignment. That involves some heavy math and a lot of moving of pixels. And because my objects in this exam were very, very small, I didn't want to risk damaging any of that information.
All right. So when I watch TV, sometimes they just sort of print the images and then they slap them on top of each other and voila. Why doesn't that work? Why can't you do that?
I wish we could do everything they could do on TV. It's based on the math and science. It doesn't work that easily.
All right. So the one we were just looking at was Defendants 1188. If you can go down one more. Well, let's hold on. So you said the next step is the area of interest. So after you clarified the images and didn't change the perspective on these images, what did you do next in terms of area of interest?
I'm looking at each of the images to see where's my exam going to focus on. I remember I did the initial evaluation, so I kind of had a general orientation of each of these images. Now I'm going in with a fine-tooth comb in specific areas to identify any anomalies or objects.
All right. So when you're entering into this process, and you already know sort of the area you're looking at.
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, the photos that you've shown and the photos up right now, we can see that there's some close-ups in what we know is an area of interest. How did you know to focus on those areas?
My client provided me some general information that there's a large tree, and the area that they were concerned about was in front of that large tree.
All right. And again, at this point, did you know what sort of opinion would be most favorable to your client?
No, I did not.
All right, so if we can move on to that next image. So, well, it says area of interest. So the next slide here is Defendant's Exhibit 1189. And can you tell me about what we're looking at here?
Yes. Again, on the left is the original image, and on the right is the clarified image. And what I'm doing is I'm drawing a box to show this is the area I'm going to focus my exam on.
All right. And the next image?
Same as before. Left is the original, right is the clarified. And again, that red box shows this is the area I'm going to be focusing my exam.
So now we're looking at Defendants 1190, and if you can move on to the next one.
Same as the past slide. Original on the left, clarified on the right. Red box says this is where I'm going to be looking.
All right, and that's Defendants 1191, if you can move on to the next one. So once you've identified the areas of interest, what's your next step?
As I said before, when you're doing these types of exams, I call them anchor points. I need to find certain things in both images that I know are fixed and in both images. That helps get me orientated in my area of interest, so I have some reference point when I'm going through and scanning these images for anomalies or objects. I have a common reference point in both images.
All right. And why is that important?
It's important for several reasons. One, these images, the camera is in different places on each image. So the perspective is slightly different in each image. I need these anchor points, so if I do find something in one image, I know the general location in the other image based off these anchor points.
All right, and so did you look for fixed reference points in the images you received in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right, so if we can move to the next slide. So it looks like we are at Defendant's Exhibit 1192.
Mhm.
Can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here?
Again, we have the original image on the left, we have the clarified image on the right, and those red arrows are pointing to objects that are fixed to some other object or the ground. And what I mean by fixed, it would take a significant effort to move or modify these. These are the more reliable fixed images, fixed reference points, because they can't be easily moved or displaced.
All right, and so what's going on with the red arrows we see?
The red arrows, do you have a laser pointer,
Yes.
please?
Apologize.
Thank you. So we can see what appears to be a stump in this image. That's this stump. There is a part of the root system here that has a kind of hump to it. There is another set of roots. One has a Y to it. That's this object here. There's another large root here. And I'm calling this a patch of moss that is growing by the base of the tree. Those objects are fixed and not easily moved.
How do you know that if you've never been out there?
I guess it could be a Hollywood scene that someone took extensive time and effort to mock up a tree root, but based by my general experience of being in the woods, most root systems and stumps aren't very easily moved.
All right. And so what happens if you see something in an image and you aren't really sure whether it is fixed or not?
If I call those transient objects, things that can be easily moved or disturbed. I still can use them, but I have to be careful. I have to be very cautious about how much weight, how much influence those transient objects will have in my analysis.
All right, so we've been looking at Defendants 1192. If you can move on to the next. All right, so actually, if we can go back, I'm sorry, back to 1192. Did you identify any objects in this image?
This image, yes, I did.
All right, and what is in this image?
In this image, there are two objects that are consistent with a shell casing.
All right, and can you point those two out?
There's one right here, and there's one right down here.
All right. Had anyone told you that those would be there?
No, they did not.
But there are placards, right? So.
The original images that I looked at, there are photographs where these placards are not there. When I did the initial evaluation, the two photographs that I looked at from the 20th image they did not have the placards.
Okay.
It was only after I identified those casings without the placards that my client sent me the images that had the placards in there.
All right, now I understand. So you've identified the objects of interest. What is your next step?
Once I've identified the object of interest, I am going to map out the area. What are the fixed and transient objects in this area for this image? Then I'm going to move on to the next image and do the same thing. Can I find these objects, and can I find the fixed and transient objects surrounding those to help orientate me where these are in the images? And then once I'm done with one set of photos from one date, I move to the next set of photos from the other date and do the exact same process.
All right, so if we can go down 2 slides to look at the identification of those images. So this corresponds to Defendant's Exhibit 1193. There's 3 images up there. Can you tell us about those?
Yes. The one on the left is the image from the crime scene photos that have these placards. These 2 images were on the middle and the right were the 2 original images that were sent to me with no placards. And I was able to identify in the red circles, there is an object that's consisting with a shell casing here, and there's an object consisting with a shell casing here, in all 3 of the images.
Why do you think it's consistent with a shell casing?
an objective observer, not having photographed the scene, not having actually collected these items, they're consistent with. I can never definitively say with 100% absolute certainty what those objects are because I wasn't there, I didn't handle them, I didn't collect them. So the general term I use is they're very consistent with my training experience as to what a casing looks like and would be presented in a photograph or image.
All right, if we can move on to the next image. So this one, it corresponds to defendants 1194. There's a lot more arrows now. Can you tell us about these two images?
Yeah, as I just discussed, is when I'm doing, before I start comparing the two images, I have to identify these fixed and transient objects in the scene. So you'll notice that these arrows are color-coded and matched. So this red arrow is pointing to this object. This red arrow is pointing to the same object. So I'm going systematically, as I told, top to bottom in a grid fashion, and I'm identifying, like this stick right here, this purple pinkish thing, is this stick right here. So I'm going through each image very, very systematically, taking a lot of time to identify all these objects. And these arrows are to kind of help focus what you're looking at the images without just seeing all of the stuff on the ground.
All right. And I noticed that one of the images is now skewed. Can you explain that?
Yes. Because I didn't do a perspective alignment, I was comfortable taking the image. The image on the left is the image taken on the 10th. The image on the right is the image taken on the 20th. So I always start with the older image first, and I leave that in its original orientation. I don't change that. The image on the 20th, which was a better quality image and could better handle some small clarifications, I then rotated that image so certain objects like this stick is in the general orientation. If I were to unrotate this image, this stick would be going off at a different angle. So I'm looking at this root ball, this Y in the root, and I'm rotating the image on the right just slightly. So the objects in the images are lining up approximately. That helps you visualize all these different objects much easier.
You mentioned image quality. What was the image quality generally of the images you looked at?
Generally speaking, the image on the left, the images from the 10th, they were of a poorer quality for several reasons. The first reason is the camera that photographed this scene was further away from the scene. It was also at what I call a narrow angle. The scene is here. The camera was not very high up photographing down in the scene. The other issue we have is you can see here the sun's poking through the canopy here and it's very bright. Over here the tree trunk is obscuring the sun. It's very dark. We have a lot of light and dark areas. That makes this image difficult to process. Whereas we look at the image on the 20th, those were well exposed. The lighting is consistent across the image. I can also tell that the camera is a lot closer to the area of interest and it's kind of pointing down at a steeper angle towards that area. That gives me a lot more information to work with.
Is it fair to say that objects in the images from the 20th are easier to see than the ones from the 10th?
That would be correct, ma'am.
All right. I also noticed that we have a stick on the image on the right, which has a big red circle around it. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, ma'am. I placed this dotted circle. Not only am I looking for things that are the same in both images, both fixed and transient, I'm also looking for any objects or anomalies that are present in one image that aren't in the other. Based off of, let's look at this blue line in this stick. That's this stick right here. And if I look at this stick right here in leaf cluster, between those two I see this relatively large stick. Over here, that stick is not present in that image.
All right. And what is, actually I'll take it back. All right, if we can move on to the next set of images. And can you tell us about this one?
Again, we have the images from the 10th on the left in their original orientation. We have the clarified image on the right that has been slightly rotated to give you a general same perspective. And we have these arrows of fixed and transient objects that are the same in both images, or a similar content in both images.
All right, so I can't help but notice, but the image on the left, we look like it's it's closer than it was before, and you had told us the importance of these objects that haven't moved and sort of using those as anchors. So why is that okay if we don't have those anchors anymore?
Again, I don't have a lot of control over how these images were taken, so I have to use what I'm given. This photograph had a different view on the left than the right, so I just have to use it the best I can. But I still can identify objects that are present in both images.
All right, and is the image right here on the left, is this the full image, or is this cropped and zoomed in?
This is a cropped and zoomed in of the full image.
All right, and so even though we don't see the anchor points like the big roots here, they were still there when you analyze them.
Correct, ma'am, and we can sort of see the edges of them. Here's the edge of the root, here's the edge of the root, there's that little stump off to the left, that's that little stump off to the left.
All right. If we can move on to the next image. Can you tell us about these two?
Just as the previous slide, we have the clarified image of the 10th here, the 20th here. Again, the arrows are marking fixed and transient objects. We again see this dotted line around this stick that is present in the 20th images that are not present in the 10th image.
So you say that the arrows can represent fixed and transient objects. How do you know which ones are fixed and how do you know which ones are transient? Just, there's a lot of arrows.
There's a lot of arrows, yes, ma'am. Again, things like this root that appears to be attached to the tree and is in the ground, I would contend that that's not easily moved. Things like twigs, sticks, leaf clusters, those can be easily moved. This moss patch, again, it appears to be attached to the ground. That would be more difficult to move that. So I could define that in both images as a fixed object. Things like leaves, sticks in both images, they can be easily moved. I call those transient objects.
May I borrow your pointer because I have a
Yes, ma'am.
specific question. So we've been talking a lot about these roots and the ones that move and don't move. And so in these images we have a purple arrow, and that's pointing to what exactly?
I'm contending that's part of the root system of a tree, either behind it or the big tree that we're looking at in the image.
Okay. And there's also this green arrow, and there's sort of, I guess what I'm asking is, I see this thing here. I don't know if it's a stick or a root, but I see it there, and I see it over there. Is that, do you know if it's transient or permanent, or what can you tell me about that stick?
I would consider that a transient object. It appears more like a stick just by the bark on it. It doesn't have the same color as the root system. It doesn't have any of the moss on it. I can't 100% confirm that it's buried in the ground, but by its general shape, can I see the pointer real quick? If we look up here, we can clearly see that this stick, object, root is not attached to this. It appears like it's hanging over this root system. I can't see the ground below it, so I don't know if it's growing out of there or just fell there. So to be conservative, I would consider this a transient or something that could be easily moved. Without having gone to the scene, without having photographed this myself, I'm not certain of that, but based on some of the information about the space here, I can't see the ground. Again, you can see a little bit of space here. They're in the same orientation, but I don't know if it's fixed or not for certain.
All right, and so when you're talking about the fixed root here, I just want to be clear. What you're talking about is sort of this Y, and apparently my hand is very shaky, this sort of Y shape that's going over the larger part of the tree.
That is correct.
And so that's the object you considered to be fixed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So why don't we just move on to the next image? So now that you have gone through all these and identified the different areas, what's the next step?
The next step is I do the comparison and content analysis.
Okay. And so did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. And so can we look at the next slide?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so this corresponds with defendant's 1197, and what are we looking at in these two images?
Again, in the past set of images, the image on the left was the same image. So I'm comparing the 10th image to all of the 3 images from the 20th. Now this is the next iteration or cycle. I'm taking this RG_004 clarified image, and I'm going to compare it to the 3 images from the 20th. So on the left, we have the original 004 image, we have the clarified 004 image, and on the right, we have the clarified image from the 20th. And again, we can see all the arrows that are identifying the fixed and transient objects in both of these images.
All right, and so at this point, are you actively comparing the 2 images?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what sort of comparisons did you make here?
Can I have the pointer again? Thank you. Again, I'm looking at the overall orientation. What is the same? Where are the positions of these same objects? What's different in these objects? And where are my targets? I'm evaluating, and systematically, start at the top. Okay, is this, the stick is here in this image, is it here? Yes. This root ball Y is here, it's there. And I keep going through the image saying, okay, moss patch here, moss patch here. And as I'm going through systematically, in this general area, I have my first object of interest. So in this general area, I am doing a detailed sweep in this general area. I'm not looking for this object over here because I know it's not likely to be over here, but I'm still evaluating, can I find this object in this image? And then as we get lower in the image, I'm identifying, again, anchor points or reference points throughout the images to help orientate me to where I'm looking.
And I apologize, I really should get a second on these. But, so is it sufficient to just say, okay, here's that purple arrow with the Y root, and here's the casing. Can't you just say, okay, so if I start at the purple arrow, I'm going to go down, and then come over to this image and say, I'm starting at the purple arrow, and I'm going to go down? Does that work?
To a point, because remember, the camera captured this scene at different angles between the 2 different dates. Even within the same date, the cameras moved at each picture. So to a certain degree, we can do that, and that's one of the reasons why I rotated the image slightly, so we can orientate them similarly. There is still a perspective effect on this. Is this, if we draw a straight line down here and a straight line, let's say over with this blue line, that will not exactly match up, but they're going to be close. Because the perspective alignment wasn't done, they're not going to be exactly. This root is not going to have the exact orientation. There's also another phenomenon going on here, which is the distance of the camera to the scene. The further away the fixed objects are in the background, you can have objects that line up perfectly in the foreground that may not match up in the background. That has to do with the distance to the sensor of the camera, as well as the angle of the camera being different in the different photos. So orientating this way, I can do a general ballpark orientation of, if I see this object and go down, if I see this object and go over, I have a general area I'm looking at. So if I see this object here, go down, I see this object, I'm in the same general area.
Okay. We can go to the next slide. All right, and so what are you doing in this image? Because again, we see the images and we see lots of arrows.
Yep. Again, this is still the 04 image, and this is comparing it against the 7562 image. This is the image on the 10th. This is the image on the 20th. Again, doing a comparison of this image to this image, fixed transient objects. I have my object of interest that I was detected in the 20th image, and I'm trying to find those same objects in the 10th images.
All right, and when you're doing this, so it sounds like you're not comparing, well, let me rephrase that. How are you choosing which photos to compare to which other photos?
Correct. Generally speaking, I try to keep the same methodology on all my exams, so I do the same thing in the same order. That helps for consistency. So in this case where we have images of 2 different dates, usually the older and lesser quality is the one I don't move or touch. and then I compare the other images to the older or lower quality image. So in this case, we had 3 images from the 20th, 3 images from the 10th, and we had 3 images from the 20th. So I'm going to take the first image from the 10th, and I'm going to compare it against all 3 of the 20th images. Then I take the second image from the 10th and compare it to all 3 of the images on 20th, then take the third and compare it. So I basically have done 9 comparisons in this exam.
All right, if we can move on to the next slide. And so it sounds like this is, again, the same sort of process, the same comparison, but with a new image?
That's correct.
All right, and so was there anything significant you learned from this particular comparison?
Again, we can see there's a lot of similar objects throughout. The 2 key things is I was not able to identify the object of interest, and this object right here, this stick, was not present in the 10th image.
All right, we can move on to the next one. All right, so all the photos that we've looked at in sort of this comparison section for now, those have all been of one image on the 10th against all the images on the 20th. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, so as we move forward, what are we going to be doing next?
This is the last image from the 10th compared to the 3 images on the 20th.
Okay, and we're on slide
27.
27, which is Defendant's Exhibit 1200. And was there anything significant you learned, anything significant new that you learned from this comparison?
It's basically very similar to the other 2. What objects are the same? What objects are different? What can I find? What can't I find? All
right, and so then, was this the final image for image 0005?
I believe there's 2 others.
Okay. So let's take a look at those. And anything new here?
Same as the last slide. What can I see that's the same? What's different? What can I find?
All right. And I have a question about a specific object. So the image on the right, again, is where you've located the 2 casings on the 20th. And you've already talked about this stick over here that isn't in the images from the 10th. Are there other objects that are new? Or that at least you can identify as being new?
I'm not quite understanding what you're asking, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize. I will withdraw that question. All right, can we look at the last image for 0005? All right, and so now we're looking at the image with the placards, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you gather from this particular comparison?
Just as a previous comparison, fixed objects, transient objects, object of interest, objects, 2 objects that are not appearing in the 10th image that are in the 20th.
All right, so after you went through and you compared all of these photographs, did you reach any conclusions?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And can you tell us about those?
I basically came up with several conclusions. The first one was that there are objects that are the same in the 10th and 20th images and are consistent throughout all the images. There are some objects that are present in the 20th images that are not present in the 10th images. And I was not able to definitively identify objects that were consistent with casings in the 10th images.
All right, so I don't want to oversell this. So are you saying that there were no casings there on the 10th?
That's not what I'm saying.
All right, so can you, I understand there's more nuance here. Can you explain what you're saying then?
Yes, ma'am. In science, we can't prove a negative. Just because I can't find something in the images doesn't mean they're not there. There are many reasons why I may not be able to find these casings in the 10th image. My job isn't to speculate on why I can't find these objects of interest. What I've done here is spent a significant amount of time on the 10th images, clarifying them, evaluating them, comparing them, giving the best attempt I can based on my training experience to find these objects. At the end of my analysis, based on the quality of the image, the distance the camera was from photographing the scene, and the overall lighting conditions, I was not able to identify objects in the 10th images that were consistent with any casings.
All right, and if you can move forward through slide 31. And what are we looking at?
This is basically a summary slide. So again, I have the 10th image on the left, and these are the 3 images from the 20th. So I showed you slide by slide of each of these, and now I'm showing you one image compared to 3 other images. So this is a summary slide.
All right, and if we can, so this is essentially the summary for the 10th image ending in 1-2.
That is correct, ma'am.
All right, and can we move on to the next one? And is this also sort of that same summary slide?
That is for the 04 image.
All right, and then if we look at 33.
Same as before, the 05 images on the left from the 10th, and the 20th images, the 3 20th images are on the right.
All right, and so I sort of bungled the question earlier, but in terms of differences in the images, are you saying that the only differences between these images are essentially you can't identify shell casings and there's that one stick?
No, there were some other differences between the images.
All right, can we go to the next slide and talk about the other differences?
Yes, ma'am. There on the, again, orientation, on the left are the 10th images and the 3 images from the 20th. When I went through these images, I noticed a cluster of sticks in this, approximately in the center of the image. One of these sticks on the left has a curve. Another stick is curved in the opposite way, and we see this stick that is crossing it that has a bend in it. It goes this way and has a sharp bend. I then went to the 20th images, and I can see this same cluster of sticks, a stick going from left to right, a stick from right to left that crosses, and I have this weird bent stick. I also noticed up here by the root ball, I have a stick that runs kind of at a diagonal top to bottom, and I have another stick that crosses it. And if you look at the relationship here, you can see that this stick crosses, and this is a very short distance to the end of the stick. Here we can see a very long portion of the stick with that other stick crossing. Here we see that these 2 sticks cross. They're still crossing here, but this bent weird stick is crossed over, in the 10th image, is crossed over this stick, whereas on the 20th image, this stick has no longer crosses the stick on the right. So that drew my attention that although these 2 sticks are similar in all the images, this stick is not from this image, and the relationship of this stick going across the one from top to bottom is different than the image on the 20th.
Okay, and why is this important?
This is important for several reasons. One, it tells me that something has happened here. That these scenes from these 2 different dates are not exactly the same. So when I'm looking at these transient objects, I have to be careful when I orientate myself to that. The second thing it tells me is that although this cluster is not exactly the same, I still can rely on some information here to orientate. Even though this stick has moved, this one stick has moved a little bit, I'm still confident that I can use this cluster of sticks as an anchor point.
Okay, and are you drawing any sort of conclusions about how or why or when any of these sticks moved?
No, I'm not.
Okay, if we can look at the next set of images. All right, and so what are we looking at this slide?
Okay, this slide, again, on the left, we have the 10th images, and we have 2 images from the 20th on the right. Again, I'm looking at the differences in these images. I just described that little Y, I'm calling this a Y or an X-shaped cross sticks with a stick going across with a bend in it. Again, I can see these 3 sticks are present in all 3 images, but their orientation is different. This stick that goes across the right stick of the X has moved in the 20th images. Also, too, if you notice this stick right here, it is kind of going from top to bottom at an angle, but it's curved this way. Look at right here. The stick has flipped 180 degrees. It's now curved in the opposite direction, and this is in the 20th. And in another image from the 20th, its orientation is different again. This one is kind of, I would say, the curve points to the left. This one, the curve points to the right within the same day. And it's inconsistent between these 2 images are consistent, these are not.
All right.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
All right, so you weren't actually asked to compare images from the 20th to the 20th. How did you come across this then?
I've spent a lot of time with these images, and when I identify these inconsistency or anomalies, I want to point them out because it's important to understand what is the composition of this scene. I don't have an explanation as to the why, but I need to identify, but I've observed this difference.
All right. If we can move on to, so just for the record, this corresponds with Defendant's Exhibit 1207, and we've been talking about slide 36 about the change in the direction of the stick in the yellow circle.
That's correct.
All right, so if we can. All right, so what are we looking at this slide?
Again, we have the 10th image on the right, and again, here's our stick that we identified in the previous image. Again, I'm saying the curve points to the right. Here, we can see the curve points to the left. Here, we can see in the 20th image, the curve points back to the right again. And again, in the 10th image, we don't see a large stick here, that we can identify this larger stick in both the 20th images.
Okay. We can go on to the next slide. And what differences is this slide meant to illustrate?
These are differences, again, in different areas of the image. Again, we have the 10th on the left, 20th on the right, 3 20th images compared to a single image. Up here in this corner, we're identifying some sticks and objects that this leaf cluster and this stick. The leaf cluster looks to be similar, but I'm missing a stick here, and some of these are not in the same position. Again, I have a general area where I can see a lot of debris on the ground, leaf litter, sticks, twigs. Here, I can actually see the bare ground. The composition of this area is not the same in both the images, and I can see in all these images. Again, we have our X-cross stick cluster that, again, we see in these images where this one stick is not crossing the right hand of that cross.
All right. And so once you completed your evaluation of all of these images, what was your next step?
The next step is to let this sit for a couple days, look back at it with fresh eyes, complete my case notes, and draft an official report.
All right. And you did that in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. I had asked you earlier about the information that you had about the case going into your analysis. I think you had said, well, just remind us, what did you know in terms of what the charges were in this case?
Initially, when I did the initial evaluation, I didn't know what the official charges were.
Okay. And at some point, did you learn what they were?
At some point, I did, yes.
And was that before or after you had provided your report?
I believe it was just after I provided my report, I found out that this was a homicide.
Okay. And I had asked you about whether or not you knew if the presence of casings in the 10th images would be beneficial or detrimental to the client's case. at what point, did you at any point learn what the answer to that question was?
No, I didn't. Even to this day, I still don't know the importance of this analysis to either side.
All right. After you issued your report, did you have occasion to revisit some of these photographs?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
Yesterday morning.
That might be a logical time for our afternoon break. I was waiting for a logical time break, unless you think there's one or two questions
Nope.
before we do it. Okay, why don't we take about a 10-minute break, then we'll resume.
All right, Secretary.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Attorney Dominguez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Latham, I had just asked, but let me step back for a moment. What was the date that you had initially issued your report?
That was on 8/23/2023.
Okay. And I had just asked if you had occasion to revisit the images in this case.
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
Yesterday morning.
All right. And at this point, I would like for you to go back, and we're covered up, go back into Defendant's Exhibit, I think you have 1211. Sorry, 1210.
Yep. This one?
Yes.
All right, cool. Which slide do you want?
Your Honor, if I can have
Of course,
one moment.
of course.
I have a small concern.
No, how about we just do this? We go to full presentation, we're good, so I'm sorry. Yeah, that was an impromptu thing, I didn't know what to call it.
Okay.
My apologies.
All right, so you testified that you had occasion to revisit the images, and that was yesterday morning. What were you asked to do?
I was asked to evaluate an anomaly in the 10th image that another individual had claimed was an object of interest in the 10th
Counsel would
image.
approach.
Okay. So, and you went back to look at some, you call them anomalies?
There was an area in the 10th image that was identified that needed further scrutiny.
All right, further scrutiny. And so, were you in New Hampshire at that point?
I was in New Hampshire, yes.
All right, and do you travel with all of the equipment that you use in these analysis?
No, I do not.
All right, but do you travel with some equipment?
I have the bare minimum on my laptop, and I have an external monitor that I can use in a pinch.
All right, and so you were asked to re-scrutinize some images, and were you able to do that?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and so you put together some additional slides looking at those. I think did you call them anomalies?
I call them anomalies or targets of interest.
Okay, so if we can open up that, if we can dim the lights, thank you. All right, so what are we looking at in, I feel like a broken record. What are we looking at here?
I feel like a broken record as well. On the left, we have the May 10th image. These are original unclarified images. On the right, we have the May 20th image of the area of interest. The area of interest is here on the 10th. The area of interest is here on the 20th.
All right. And so you were looking this time at the unclarified images. What was your next step?
The next step on these images, just as before, is what are my fixed and transient objects? How do I get orientation and fixed anchor points to evaluate these images?
All right. And at this point, were you already familiar with some of these locations?
Very familiar.
All right. If we can move to the next. All right. And so here on the left, we have image ending in 0005. And what have you circled there?
On the May 10th image, this is the anomaly or target of interest that I further evaluated.
Okay. Now, was this the first time you had noticed this anomaly or area of interest?
No, it is not.
Was it the only anomaly or area of interest?
No, it was not.
Okay. And so what was your next step?
The next step was to orientate myself. The next step was to what are the other anomalies or targets of interest in this general area.
Okay. And can you show us those? All right. So now we see these images again, but we have all sorts of little red square dotted boxes. Can you explain what those are?
Yes, ma'am. The first thing I noticed is below this anomaly or target of interest, there was a large leaf cluster, twig cluster. I also noticed, I was looking at how this object is reflecting light, and I was looking in the general neighborhood, are there any other objects that reflect light of a similar shape and size that are in this view? And I found two other candidates as well as this object that are reflecting light in a similar fashion and are in a similar same size. And I also identified this large leaf cluster below this object of interest.
All right. And so we're looking at the non-clarified images. Are these were these same anomalies present in your clarified images?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And so what were you doing? If you've already looked at them before, so what did you do then?
Well, when I originally processed this case, these targets, anomalies were identified, and I eliminated them as potential candidates. So I did not include them in my report. There was insufficient quality or information to include those in possible candidates.
All right. And can you show us how you did that? Can you
Yep.
walk us through that?
Yes, ma'am. So in this slide, again, I'm not going to keep repeating this. The May 10th images are on the left. The May 20th images are on the right. These are all unclarified, unprocessed. These are the raw images. I identified the anomaly target on the left. From my previous analysis, I knew that this object was consistent with the shell casing on the right. So I noticed, it's easier to see on the 20th image, there is a stick that runs at a slight angle top to bottom. And I'm drawing a line that mimics the angle of that stick or matches the angle of that stick just to the left of it. It's a little harder to see here, but there's that similar stick in a similar orientation, and that line is just to the left of it.
And why are you drawing these lines?
As is with any of these analysis, I have to find reference points so I can get orientated in both images, because these are raw, unclarified images with no angles adjusted, so I had to reorientate myself to the images to be sure I'm looking in the same area to try to identify what these anomalies are.
Okay. And so what was the next step?
I noticed that there was another stick that crossed the original stick, and it's not in the same orientation, but its overall position where it crosses was similar. And I put a dotted circle around that because that's one of my anchor points. That's one of my reference points that I'm going to use to evaluate this object in its surrounding area compared to this object in its surrounding area. And these two sticks are visible in both images.
All right. And so I see almost a triangle. What are you doing next here?
Okay. Remember our little XY crossed stick cluster with the bent stick? I'm using the top of that cluster in both images to draw a line across the image. Again, giving me kind of an orientation, and I'm paying attention as to where the other lines are in relationship to this general area. So this red line is at the top of the left stick of this cluster. This red line on the 10th image is on the top of the same stick cluster.
And when we talked about the stick cluster before, you had said, well, the stick cluster is sort of there. You see the same components, but they've moved. And so if they've moved, how can you rely on them?
The subsequent slides will show you how.
Oh, well,
but
please do.
these two sets of sticks, the ones that cross, they're similar position. The one stick I didn't use for the reference is this guy right here that has this bend. I didn't use this one. I was using the tip of both of these. This stick has moved slightly down, but this stick appears to be in the same orientation. And I did additional analysis to confirm the position of these two cross sticks.
All right. And can you very quickly run us through those?
Yes, ma'am. Down here, I have a long stick that has a very pronounced bend in it. I have a long stick that has a pronounced bend in it. I drew a parallel line just to the left, just to the right of it, and drew it off in a distance. I drew it off in a distance. One of the things you will note, one of the things you'll note, here's my little stick cluster. This line intersects the cross of those two sticks. This line also intersects the cross of the two sticks. That allows me to, with reasonable certainty, say that this stick relative to this stick are in the same positions. Although this one stick is moved right here, these two sticks where they cross is in a similar position. I then use the cross of these two sticks as another anchor point. And what I did is from this anchor point, I drew a line to just below the anomaly or the target. I did the same thing for the target in the 20th, or what I had confirmed was consistent with the shell casing. So what this does is gives me a little bit of geometry. One, can I rely on these anchor points? And two, what is the relationship of this target anomaly compared to my anchor points? And so it makes a small triangle. Now, if this object was in the same position as this object, and these are aligned up, then I should see similar shaped triangles. Where these lines intersect, based off the tip of this stick, the cross of these two sticks, and the bottom of the object, these two triangles should look similar. I identify that these triangles do not look similar, so my conclusion is that this object is in a different position than this object.
All right. So I heard geometry, and I see a lot of lines. As you've said, they're May 10th versus May 20th. It sounds like what you're saying is if it was a casing, it's not in the same spot. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. And so aside from, well, did you draw any conclusions from that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what were those?
That whatever this object is, it's not in the same relative position as this object.
All right. So again, your testimony isn't that there's, for a certainty, not a casing, right?
Could you restate that, ma'am?
Never mind. All right. Did you do anything further?
Yes, ma'am. Once I have these two triangles, I want to confirm to make sure that I'm looking at the right orientation and the right perspective. The next thing I did is this bent stick, based on where these sticks cross, are in the relative same position. I again drew a line that's just parallel to the bent part of the stick, and then where the tip of this stick is, I drew a straight line top to bottom. I then, over here, this same line that is parallel to the object in the 20th, I drew a line that's parallel to show the orientation of these objects. One object is at a different angle than the other object on the 20th. And again, I am looking here, this dotted line, here's our stick cluster again, the top of that stick, I draw a horizontal line. So now I have an orientation of the location from this fixed point right here to where this object is. I now, from the same stick, I have a orientation of where this object is.
All right. So not the same location, and it sounds like the angle has changed. Is that right?
The absolute physical position of this object is at a different angle than the absolute physical position of this object once we are correct for perspective.
All right. And aside from those two conclusions, did you draw any other conclusions?
About the overall shape of that anomaly as well, yes.
Yes. Can you talk about that?
This slide, what I've done is I have enlarged both of these images so we can better see them because they're very small objects. What I did then is I'm looking at the overall shape of both objects. And I noticed on the object on the 10th is The bottom of this object, first of all, both objects appear to be rectangular. They're longer than they are wide. The second thing I noticed on the May 10th image is that at the top of this image, if I draw a straight line from this corner to this corner, there's a small divot in the middle. Whereas on the object in the 20th image, when I kind of go from corner to corner, it's pretty contiguous in a straight line. So this right here led me to believe that this is not consistent with ammunition casing.
All right. So you were looking at these, but you were looking at images that you had already been provided with. At any point, were you asked to look at new images?
Yes, I was.
And when was that?
About an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
All right. And so at this point, if you could safely eject Defendant's Exhibit 1210, I am going to hand you Defendant's Exhibit 1212. Oh, that was me.
Yes, thank you. There we go.
All right, and so what is on that thumb drive, which was, again, Defendant's Exhibit 1212?
It's very dark up here.
Would you like us to turn the light on for a minute just so you can see things a little bit better?
Yes, it's item
Oh,
1212.
It is 1212.
1212, yes, ma'am.
So what do you have, what is on this?
There
Thumb
are two images on this thumb drive. One is the new, to me it's a new image that I was asked to evaluate. It's the original. I haven't done anything to it. I did a very quick clarification in the conference room to evaluate the content of this image, and I have the clarified image that I produced this afternoon.
All right. Do you want
It's the same ones we've seen.
it? Yes. So if I can just confirm that nothing else is
Yeah,
in there.
yeah.
If you can double click
That's
on
all that's in there. Yep. Oh, you want to see them?
Yep, we're gonna put them up on the screen.
Those images are right here. I have both of them already opened.
Okay. Are you okay with that, or do you want us to open it from the?
That's fine.
Okay.
One's in a TIFF format. It won't open on a standard Windows computer. You have to have a special program.
Okay, so we'll have to address that.
Yep.
All right. At this point, I'd ask I'd ask to strike the identification on Defendant's Exhibit 1212 and enter this as a full exhibit,
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
and permission to publish the hearing.
1212 is a full exhibit.
All right. So what are you looking at here?
Here I'm looking at a woodland scene. That was a photograph that was provided to me.
All right. And do you know where this is?
I was provided a printed out version of the orientation of this, and this is just stage left of the area of interest that I identified in my original exam. My area of interest is somewhere right over here, so this is a different camera view looking across the area of interest.
All right. And you said that you were able to figure that out by looking at another photograph?
Correct.
So I'm handing you Defendant's Exhibit 1114. Is that the photograph?
Yes, this is the photograph.
And this seems silly. There's a big tree in photograph 1114, but not in the image that we have up there.
That is correct.
Okay. And so you've never been out to this area,
No, I have not.
but it's your understanding that that great big tree is somewhere to the right of the end of this image.
That is my understanding.
All right. And were you asked to look at anything specific?
Yes, I was.
And what did you look at?
There was an object of interest in this general area of the image that I was asked to evaluate.
All right. And can you point it out?
Bear with me. Hopefully this works. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this.
And just so that we're clear, right now you are working in, is this Photoshop?
This is Photoshop, yes, ma'am.
Have you done anything to this image?
I have done nothing to this image.
All right. And that's actually illustrated in this box over here on the right.
Correct. This is the Photoshop program and some of the tools that I use to evaluate it.
All right. And so what was the object that you were asked to look at?
Let me point it out here in 1 second, counselor. This right here, let me point on the screen. This is the object I was asked to evaluate.
All right. And what is your evaluation of that object?
This is the original. This is my clarified version of it, and I've zoomed in and enhanced it.
And what is your opinion about what this object is?
My opinion is that this object is not consistent with a handgun or rifle ammunition casing.
Okay. Why?
Several reasons. The overall shape. The overall shape of this object appears to be square and not rectangular. It's not longer than it is wide. Most ammunition casings that I'm familiar with, based on my military and police training, are longer than they are wide. I also noticed several things of how the light is interacting with this object. You can see various dark, light, dark spots, light spot, very dark spots, lighter spots. That tells me that the light source is not reflecting off of this object uniformly. Some light is either being reflected somewhere else or is being absorbed. With ammunition casings, they're typically made of brass, and that material reflects light relatively uniformly if the lighting is consistent. So based on the overall shape of this object and these light anomalies contained within the object, is my professional opinion based on my training and experience that this is not a rifle or handgun ammunition casing.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for you, but the state may.
Yes.
Would you like the lights turned back on?
That would be great, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you want to cover up the projector? Yes, sir. There you go. Thank you.
Great. Now, Mr. Latham, I just want to ask you again, what were you initially asked to look at in this case?
I was initially asked to look at 2 sets of photographs taken 10 days apart.
And when were you asked to do that?
I'd have to look at my notes for the specific dates. I believe that was somewhere around the last week of August, first week of September.
Okay. The last week of August?
Excuse me. Yeah, I'd have to look at my case notes, sir, to give you the definitive dates. May I refer to my notes to
Of course.
If
recollect
that
my...
would refresh your
You have,
memory.
you have them there.
I have them here, Your Honor. Correction, it was August 2nd when I started this analysis. So conversations were held probably at the end of July with my client, and the initial evaluation took place probably at the end of the July, and this case notes, this exam started on August 2nd of 2023.
And as part of that, you end up producing essentially, I think you said it referred to it as a scope of work.
That is correct, sir. Scope of work.
And what is exactly a scope of work?
Scope of work is a statement that helps focus the exam. It usually includes what evidence we're going to evaluate and what are the specific questions the client is asking of this data. What do they want answered from the forensic analysis? And then basically states what we're going to do and how we're going to present it.
Okay, and the scope of work in this case was basically to compare images from May the 10th and images from May the 20th and see if you could detect any objects of interest.
Basically, that's correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything significantly different from that?
At the beginning, one of the first things we do with all the cases is ensure we have the best evidence, is additional evidence available, assist my client in any legal filings to get language, technical language, and then forensically preserve any evidence we receive, and then we start with the exam.
Okay. But essentially it boiled down to compare the images from May 10th to the images from May 20th, see if you see any objects of interest.
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Were at any point in time before today images from April 21st or 22nd provided to you of last year?
No, not before today.
Okay. Now, you talked about reviewing the images. You reviewed them using essentially a special program.
Yes, I did.
What's that program?
That program is called AMPT-5.
Okay, so, and you also use, I think, special monitors as well, or extra large monitors?
I have extra large monitors of high quality.
Okay. How much time do you spend reviewing the images in this case?
For the initial evaluation, it was about 2 hours. For the exam, it was approximately 20 hours viewing and analyzing these images.
So 2 hours for the initial exam. How does that differ from the second part?
Okay. The initial exam is, as an expert, I don't know what data the client has. I don't know what its quality is or quantity. So we have the client send us a representation of the data. So one, I can assess its authenticity. Is it real? Can I rely on it? And then I'm assessing the quality. What forensically can I do to this image to improve it? And then it helps me develop that scope of work. What can I do with this images, and what questions am I likely to answer that? After that initial evaluation, I then draft that scope of work. What specifically I will be doing to these images during the examination.
So in that initial 2 hours, you've looked at essentially the whole library of images that you've been provided to form that scope of work?
Yes, and it's usually a limited series. We don't get all the data related to the case. It's usually a couple, 3 images to evaluate.
Okay, so that first set might not have been the entirety of all the images that you looked at when you formed the scope of work.
That is correct.
Okay. But eventually you get the rest of the images. About how many images would you say you reviewed, at least for the initial report in this case?
Let me refer to my case notes so I can give you an accurate number, Counselor. I was provided with 12 images that were relevant to my exam in this case.
Okay, so you had 12 images you were primarily looking at, and those 12 images are between the images from May 10th and May 20th.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, of those 12 images, after the initial 2 hours and the scope of work's formed, you spent another 20 hours doing review and analysis of those 12 images?
It was on 6 images. I isolated the images down to 3 from the 10th and 3 from the 20th, and then I spent about 20 hours processing, analyzing, and reviewing those images.
Okay, so so part of that process is not just the looking at the images. Part of it was this process of clarifying the images as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And in some cases, you don't need to clarify an image depending on the quality level of it. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. But in this case, you took the steps to clarify the images. And what sort of problems did that eliminate with these images by clarifying them?
Yeah, by clarifying, yes, sir. Particularly on the 10th images, I described that we have very bright spots and very dark spots. It was important for me to try to level that out so the hot spots aren't so hot and the dark spots aren't so dark, so I can better see what's in the image. The 20th images were not bad images. They were close to the scene. They were very well lit, so I had to do very little processing to those.
Okay. So the sum of that time, I guess, of that 20 hours, how much of that was part of the clarification process?
The clarification process, I'd guess to say it's probably 6 to 8 hours of that 20 was going through the filters to try to improve those images.
Okay, so 6 to 8 hours with those 6 images to work on the clarifying?
That's an approximation, yes, sir.
Okay, and then the rest of that time is is the analysis and report generation?
The majority of that time is doing the content and comparison analysis. You saw a lot of arrows. That takes a lot of time.
Okay. Now, one of the images, I guess of the 6 images, is an image from May the 20th. That's that file name was image or img_5770 JPEG. Is that one of the images that was reviewed?
Could you say that name once more time, sir?
Sure. img_5770. 770.
Correct.
Okay, so making sure I'm getting this right, it's img5770, and it's a JPEG file.
Correct.
Okay, and that image is basically listed throughout your report. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And you have a copy of your report in front of you?
I do, sir. Yes, I do.
That image is referenced on page 4.
I'm not seeing that image referred to on page 4, sir. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I'm on my case notes. 1 second, sir. Let me pull the report out. I apologize.
Referring to the 28-page report.
Correct. Apologize for that. Page 4. That is correct. That image is referred to on page 4 of my report.
Okay. And it's also referred to on page 8 as well.
That is correct, sir.
And on page 8, it's actually that original image and also the clarified image is referenced on that same page.
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. And it can also be found on page 10.
That is correct, sir.
And that's also the original and clarified version on that page as well.
That is correct.
Okay. It can also be found on page 11, both original and clarified.
That is correct.
It can also be found on page 13 in the clarified form.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
And it can also be found on page 14,
That is correct.
page 16,
That is correct.
page 17.
Correct.
And on that page, it's in the clarified form multiple times.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
It's also on page 18.
Yes, sir.
And that's in the clarified form multiple times on that page.
That is correct.
Okay, page 19,
That is correct.
page 20,
Correct.
it's also on page 21, and that includes some of the reference points highlighted with arrows.
That is correct. Yes.
Page 23,
Oh, I got a page out of order here. 1 second, sir. That is correct, sir. Yes.
also on page 24 as well.
Correct.
And that image is one of the clarified ones, and in that one, that you have some of the circles around the sticks to highlight the sticks either not being detected or sticks position changing.
That is correct, sir.
It's also on page 25.
Correct, sir.
And there's circles on there just to indicate that the leaf litter is more sparse in some areas from the May 10th photos.
Correct.
And it's also on page 26.
That is correct.
So that image, or the clarified version of it's referenced on 16 of the 28 pages of that report, sometimes more than once on a page. Is that fair to say?
That would be fair, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
It's referenced throughout your report. Okay. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. Yes, sir.
Another image of the 6 you looked at is RGR underscore, it's 0005 JPEG.
004, sir?
005 is the one I'm asking about.
Correct.
Okay, and that image is the image from May the 10th?
Correct, sir.
Okay. That image is referenced on page 4.
Yes, sir.
It's also referenced on page 7.
Yes, sir.
It's also referenced on page 10.
Yes, sir.
In the original and clarified form.
That is correct.
Okay, it's also on page 11,
Yes, sir.
page 15.
Yes, sir.
And on page 15, it's clarified actually 2 times with, I think, 20 arrows in one image and then 11 arrows in another image.
There's a lot of arrows.
Yes. There's also on page 16, it's referenced as well in the clarified form.
That is correct.
And that's an image with approximately 20 arrows.
Yes, yes, there's a lot of arrows in there. I don't know the exact number, sir.
Page 17 as well.
That is correct, sir.
Page 19.
That's correct.
Okay, and also page 23.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And again, one with multiple arrows added to it.
Yes, multiple arrows, yes, sir.
Page 25.
Yeah, that's correct as well, sir.
That's clarified with circles to highlight the leaf litter to show it's more sparse on the 20th.
That is correct, sir, yes.
And also page 26 as well.
That is correct, sir, yes.
And that's the one, I guess on the image on page 26 is basically referring to the opinion that's on page 25 that you couldn't locate the objects of interest.
That's correct, sir, yes.
So that image is RGR 0005. The original or the clarified version of it appears on about 11 of the 28 pages.
That'd be approximately, yes, sir, yes.
And then sometimes more than once on a page.
That is correct.
And especially that image is also referenced throughout your report.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So as far as the report itself goes, just between all the preparation, the analyzing of the 6 images, and the analysis, you spent approximately 20 hours basically to produce that product.
Approximately, yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Now, as far as being here in court today, I understand you had to travel to get here.
Yes, I did.
Just generally, what city or what metro area?
I'm close to the Denver metro area.
Okay. And when did you travel out here?
I traveled out here on Sunday morning at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And this is the first day you've been in the courthouse, is that fair to say?
I was on standby. I was in the courthouse yesterday.
Okay.
But yes, this is the first time in the courthouse testifying, yes.
Okay. The first time in this courtroom?
This is my first time in the courtroom, yes, sir.
Okay. But you were able to observe some of the proceedings in the case?
I was asked to observe one individual's testimony.
Okay. And that was Detective Wade Brown's testimony?
That is correct.
Okay. And so did you observe the entirety of his testimony or just one particular portion of his testimony?
Just one particular portion of his testimony.
Okay. And is that the portion that was dealing with these same images?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you've had the benefit of seeing his testimony regarding the casings today?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
A single object that he claimed was a case.
Okay. Fair. Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish image 5770. It was previously admitted as States 286. The digital image is on the flash drive 289. I have that image on my laptop.
Okay. Absolutely. It's already in. It's a full exhibit.
Yes.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
Is it fair to say, or do you recognize this as the image 5770? I can move this over. I don't want to get you.
Yes, it appears to be that image, sir,
Okay.
yes.
And I have it at 100% right now. And I'm also going to publish RGR 0005, which was previously admitted as states 287. The digital image is on the flash drive. That's states 289. This image is also at 100%. Is that fair to say?
It's a very large image. Yeah, I can't see the settings, so it's a large image.
There. Let's see if I've got my. Okay. Unfortunately, there's not much contrast there at the top, so that says 100%.
Correct. That says 100%. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But the image itself seems much larger than in terms of the area that it takes up to move around in than the previous image. Why is that?
At full scale, at 100%?
At full scale, yes. Is it because there's more pixels?
Yeah, the pixel dimensions, how wide and tall it is, one image is larger than the other, depending on what camera took it and the size of the sensor in that camera.
Okay. Is that indicative of maybe the quality level of the camera if there's more pixels associated with the photo?
Generally speaking, more pixels means better quality, but not always, because if I have a dark room that's not poorly exposed, I can have 1 million pixels and they're all dark. It doesn't. So generally speaking, more pixels is better, but how they are captured and their condition is actually more important than the size.
Okay. And I guess between these two photos, we've talked about reference points, and you've pointed out essentially the tree root as a reference point because the tree root appears in both of the photos.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to show a portion of both photos right now, but currently we're showing image 5770. But let me just direct your attention to marker 1, an image 5770 that's on the screen right now. There's no dispute that it's a casing that's next to marker 1 right now in this image. That's something that you feel confident in your opinion of?
It's very consistent with a shell casing, yes.
Okay. And then we talked about the reference points. But this object itself is not something you would necessarily be comfortable calling a casing. You've referred to it as an anomaly.
Or an object of interest, yes. I'm not comfortable calling that a casing.
Okay, well, you'd call it an object of interest.
It is an object of interest, but not the object of interest I was looking for.
Okay, and you wouldn't, I guess, you don't agree that this isn't the same rectangular shape as a casing?
There was, in that, when I zoomed in on that object, it doesn't appear to be completely rectangular.
Okay, let me, if I can pull up. This is the slideshow that I think you were just working through. I forget the defense exhibit number, but it's these are the two images you're talking about blown up.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And you're saying that because there's an indentation there, based on your view of it, that may not be a shell casing, or is less likely to be shell casing?
That was one of the considerations, yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the things I want to ask you about is it also looks like in the image from the 20th, this is the known casing, correct?
Correct.
It looks like it's kind of cut off to the top left-hand side of it too here. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say this is a true rectangle either. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say, yes.
Okay, but we know that that's a known casing in that image. Is that fair to say?
It's consistent with the casing. That's correct, sir.
Okay, despite the fact it's not a perfect rectangle.
That's correct.
But in the other case, because of the indentation, you would say that that's not a casing?
If I may, sir, on the 20th image, I can explain those anomalies. You can see how the light is hitting that casing kind of top down, if I may point. This is clearly a shadow, so that's explainable. This is the top of the casing. It's a little bit higher, a little bit lower here. That, again, could be either a piece of leaf litter or, again, a shadow. We're over here.
I apologize.
No worries. Over here, I have insufficient resolution to identify any plausible causes for this indentation. And also, too, I want to be very, very clear. I was asked to do this exam on very short notice without my equipment, without my software, in a hotel room early in the morning. So this is a very rudimentary exam. If I was back at my lab, I would be better to apply more scrutiny to this image and give you a more definitive answer. But the difference between the two, I can explain these differences in this rectangular shape. I do not have a reasonable explanation for this. I'm going to call it an indent on this one side of this object.
Okay. Would you agree that it was in the same general area as the other one? Maybe not in the exact same spot, but the same general area?
I would say it is on the, if we're looking at this image, it is to the very far left of the image. Depends what you define as general.
Within a foot or two?
Again, I don't have any scale to this, so I can't give you any measurements. But this object, again, I'm using these cross sticks and this bent stick as a reference. So it is quite a distance from this object, whereas the thing we're claiming and confirming that is a casing is in this general area.
Okay, but you acknowledge it's in the same.
It's in the same area of interest.
Area
Yes.
of interest, and it's also it's also changed angle a bit too. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Its orientation on the ground is different than the 20th image.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you. One of the things you talked about was being able to be objective about looking at what's in an image because you actually don't have much familiarity with the case and you haven't even been out to the scene or anything like that.
That's correct.
It seems to me like someone who has been to the scene wouldn't.
Councilman Approach.
Are
you going to withdraw the question?
I'll withdraw,
Okay.
Your Honor. If you were at the scene, wouldn't you have a better idea of what the elevation and the slope might be of the area?
Actually, I can determine the elevation and slope in some proximity based off the images.
Are you able to do that in this case?
In this case, between the 20th and the 10th images, I can give you a ballpark orientation of the camera sensor. Yes, I can.
Well, and what I'm asking about particularly is the elevation of the ground.
Yeah, not the absolute elevation of the ground, but I can tell you that one set of photos on the 10th, the photographer, the sensor of the camera was, I'm not going to say perpendicular to this scene, but it was kind of just above it, where the orientations on the 10th were above the scene and closer to it. So from using photogrammetric principles, I can tell the general area of that sensor.
My question may not be formed that well. I'm talking about just the general slope of the ground. Are you able to tell just the general angle of the ground from looking at this two-dimensional image?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And would you say that the ground slopes downward from the tree?
I would say the slope, again, kind of comes in this fashion from the limited number of images I've evaluated. The slope appears in a gentle way. It's not a real steep slope, based on the images I've evaluated, it kind of comes down this way.
Would you say that someone who's actually been to the scene would be in a better position to tell you what the slope is than just evaluating it from a two-dimensional
Yes, they would be in a
image?
better position
Okay.
to do that.
Okay, so at least in that context, someone who's been to the scene might have a better idea of what's there than you with just the limited perspective of looking at the two-dimensional image.
Correct, and also that wasn't part of my scope of work, so I'm giving you this opinion as I sit here on the stand evaluating these images.
Okay. Now, as we look at it, so would it be fair to say if something was near the base of the tree at the top of the slope, that over time it might move towards the bottom of the slope?
I don't feel comfortable answering that question. It's very speculative, and it wasn't part of my analysis or the data that I received to confirm or deny any conclusion about that.
Okay. Earlier in your direct examination, you commented on the fact that some of the sticks appear to have moved and that twigs, sticks, leaf clusters can be easily moved. So I thought, based on your opinion on that you'd be able to render an opinion on whether something that might be at the top of the slope might move down towards the bottom of the slope over time.
Well, Counselor, sir, on the image.
Councilman Approach.
In your analysis, you talked about how one of the things you look at is objects that are transitory versus objects that are in a fixed location. Is that fair to say?
That is correct, sir,
Okay.
yes.
And, there's obviously a big difference between a transitory object and one that's, what would be the term of art you would use instead of a transitory object, just non-transitory or something else?
These are my own terms that I use, like anchor points and others, is that a fixed object would take a significant amount of effort or force to move it from its location from one to the other. A transient object can more readily be easily moved from one place to another. But in my analysis, I'm not commenting on the how or why it moved. It's just that I see it here, I see it there. And if it's moved, I'm going to identify it was here in this position, it's now in this position.
So, for example, the tree, obviously a fixed object. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
The tree, the root ball, this piece of moss. And if you want to look at some of these, ridges in the tree, unless you got an axe and cut things out, or got a shovel and dug that up, or got a bulldozer and moved that, those things are not going to move very easily.
And the transitory objects basically include virtually every other object in this image.
Pretty much
besides the tree.
everything in this area of interest relatively could be moved relatively easy. That is correct.
And even some of the things we can't see in the image, for example, that object of interest that we've talked about in this image, that could be moved.
I don't have enough information to comment on that because I only have a very narrow view. I don't know if that object goes under into the ground, is just laying on the surface, so I can't offer an opinion on whether that is for conservative reasons, I would classify that as if I was forced to, a transient object because I have no other information to confirm that it is a fixed object.
Okay. And assuming it was a shell case, and I understand that your opinion is that it's not necessarily likely to be one based on your close analysis, but assuming it was a shell casing, it would be fair to say that a shell casing would be a transient object that could move over time.
Absolutely. Shell casing would be a transient object. Yes, it could be moved over time.
Now, we've talked about this as an object of interest in this case. Is there anywhere in your report, in the 28-page report, that you refer to it as an object of interest?
No, it doesn't. I initially identified this object. There was another object up here, and there's another object right here. I initially evaluated these objects because they had the same reflective properties, but based on their position and the quality of the image, and their overall shape. This object right here also has some weird anomalies to it that don't make it rectangular shape, as well as this one is kind of more of a blobbish shape. So these three potentials were eliminated in my exam, and therefore I did not refer to them in my report.
Yeah, one does appear to be blobbish, and one does appear to be misshapen, but the one that we've been discussing does appear to be rectangular. That's fair to say?
In a general rectangular shape, yes, that would be correct.
And that was not noted in your report anywhere?
Correct, because it was eliminated in my analysis.
Okay, and is that in your notes anywhere that this particular anomaly was eliminated? So that
No,
we
it
have
is
a
not.
reference? So you just kind of pick and choose which objects appear to be objects of interest and which ones don't?
I wouldn't qualify, describe it as pick and choose. There's lots of objects that identify in these images that were not included in my analysis. But as I systematically in a grid section go through these images, my client would be charged $1 million for the amount of time it would take me to identify every single piece of object in this image. So as I'm going through the analysis, I will tag, for example, these objects were tagged. And then later on, when I gave myself a break, a couple days, I come back to it, I reevaluate, and based on the totality of my analysis go, these aren't candidates. We have some other objects down here, again, that are reflecting light in a similar manner. They're evaluated, they're processed, and then they're eliminated. Otherwise, my report would be thousands of pages long.
Did you see any other rectangular objects like the one we've been discussing that were eliminated?
Those were the three main ones. And again, their proximity to this tree, to this stick cluster. I scanned this area, but did not find things that were targets of interest that I needed further evaluate.
Okay, so except for speaking with you about this, we wouldn't know that you'd observed and eliminated that rectangular object from looking at your report or from looking at your notes.
That is correct, sir, yes.
Now, you talked about some of the reasons you don't do that is you'd have to charge your client $1 million to do that. And this is a less palatable topic, but just to be fair, it's fair to say you're being compensated to be here.
I'm being paid to be here, that is correct.
And no one would expect anything less. You spent 20 hours making this report.
That is correct.
And have you been paid for your travel time to come out here as well?
I have been paid for my exam and the report up to date. I will submit an invoice for this travel once I am done testifying.
Okay. And about, we get the lights now, I think, at this point in time. Thank you. About how much in total would you expect to make from both generating the report and your travel time and your testimony out here and your analysis that you've done since you've been out here?
The exam, I'd have to look at my billable records. I keep a billable log. Off the top of my head, as I sit here, I believe the exam cost under $6,000, 30 hours times, 20 hours times $300 an hour, be right around $6,000. Probably for this testimony, travel, and return time, again, I'm probably looking at close to $10,000.
Okay. We have a moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
And you had noted during the course of your testimony that you're an objective party in the case. Is it fair to say that being paid would tend to bias someone?
I would not characterize it that way. That's one of the reasons we have our bias mitigation policies, and we have very strict ways we do our business. I've got a business to run, I got a family to feed, so I do have to charge appropriate to keep my business running. But as a scientist and as a retired law enforcement officer, my business partner always gets on me. I give a lot of hours away for free. I love what I do. I love the science. So I'm very generous with my billing because I'm here for the data and I love what I do. So the money for me is actually probably tertiary on the list of concerns about an exam. Getting the correct data, the most accurate, authentic data, using published scientific principles, giving results that I can sit here on the stand and defend, and then money's down at the bottom.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any direct exam? Redirect? Absolutely. Of course.
Ryan, would you mind mind putting the image that you had up there
Yes.
back up?
Same one?
Yes, exact same.
Oh, let me see. It's
I think that Mr. Latham can do that as well.
Yeah, I don't need that.
Oh.
That was your evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, great.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Latham, you were asked about not including certain areas of interest in your report. Were you deposed in this case?
Yes, I was.
All right, and so were you asked about the different images that you examined?
Yes, I was.
Were you asked about that specific area?
I believe I was.
Were you I apologize. I lost my train of thought. You testified about a couple different things about this area of interest. And I think the takeaways were, first, whatever the object was, or I apologize, that the object in the new, I apologize. In the new area of interest that you were asked to re-examine, that object was in a different location than the casing in the May 20th.
That is correct.
All right. And I believe you also said that it was at a different angle.
That is correct.
And I believe the third thing had to do with the rectangular shape.
The orientation to fixed anchor points was different. That is correct.
All right. The state on cross-examination asked you about the slope of basically the base of this tree.
That is correct.
All right. And so if we were, is it called the null hypothesis when you accept the hypothesis of the other person? Is that right?
The null, if someone has Bob Smith did this, the null hypothesis would be Bob Smith did not do that. It's the opposite of what you're trying to confirm. That is commonly referred to in science as the null hypothesis.
All right. So if we were to accept, I don't know if I'm going to not try to use a scientific term. If we were to accept the state's hypothesis that it was the same object, but moved between the two images, can you with our pointer show us the direction in which it would have moved?
I am not comfortable doing that on the stand because I have not evaluated that in my laboratory to specifically address that, and I would not want to mislead anybody by sitting here and guessing.
Okay, that's fair. Are you able to say, perhaps not the specific angle or direction, are you able to say in terms of the image left or up?
What I am comfortable saying is, by my training in photogrammetry, I can tell you that the images taken on the 10th, particularly the ones I used, were further away from the area of interest and not quite parallel with them, but it was at not a steep angle. Whereas the images on the 20th were taken at a different angle, closer to the area, and at a steeper angle pointing down. That's what I'm comfortable saying about these images and the overall shape or conformity of the area.
Okay, and so you can't say whether it moved up on the page or to the left on the page?
I'm not comfortable saying that without a proper analysis.
All right, the state asked you about your compensation.
That is correct, yes.
Do you have bills?
I do have bills.
How do you pay those bills?
Through my hard work and dedication running a private business.
If you were to perjure yourself, what sort of consequences might that have on your livelihood?
Those would have significant and rapid consequences. Through my,
Yes. couldn't remember whether Mr. Latham answered, but also to the extent he answered that question, I'm striking the answer as well.
Sir.
Did you want the lights on?
Yes,
or?
please.
Okay. Or not? Did you want them off? I wasn't sure.
If there were 3 objects in this photo, or any photo really, and the objects were at least visually identical, similar, would they generally appear in the same manner in a photograph?
Generally speaking, yes. There's a couple variables. If they're all on the same level, they're not on different planes, and how the light is interacting with them. If the light source is in a consistent fixed position and all the objects are on the same plane or on the same level, then they should reflect that light in a similar manner if they're of the same material, same reflective properties, all the physics and everything that goes into that.
I have no further questions.
Any further direct examination?
No, Your
Or
Honor.
cross-examination, rather.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So I think where we are right now, it's quarter to 4. We've had a long day. Actually, if I could just see counsel at the bench. Members of the jury, I was just confirming with the clerk, and please let me know, and I really mean this, if this is an imposition for anybody, but I'm thinking about a 9 o'clock start tomorrow. We're moving through things very well, but I want to keep up the momentum with the case. If that's an imposition for any of you, a 9 o'clock start, again, we'll talk with you separately, but I'm. Would anybody just raise their hand if a 9 o'clock start is going to be hard for you tomorrow? No. So a hand being raised, but not all the way. Just to support that chin there. So we'll start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. I do appreciate that, and I just was able to move some things to another judge. So that's what we were talking about at the bench. So please remember my instructions. You can't discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You can't do any independent research. We are approaching the end of the evidence in the case in the next day or so. So it won't be too long, but please don't talk about it among yourselves or with anyone else. And also the instruction about not going on the internet, not following any news coverage, either on television, radio, or on print or other media. And don't go back to any of the sites that you visited that we all visited on The View, or you heard about for the purposes of doing your own research. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. We'll see you back tomorrow for a 9 a.m. start.